and I will begin, as is normal practice, with some opening remarks.
Awesome.
Please let me know if you can't hear me during my opening remarks. Please try and switch off your microphones while I'm speaking, because there might be some feedback, or I may hear a dog barking or otherwise in the background. This inquiry, as you will know, is in relation to the application by CIMIC WIN-1 Limited for consent under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 and the direction under Section 57(2) of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997. It's for the construction and operation of a 39 wind turbine wind farm approximately 8 kilometres west of Lagan in the Highland Council area. We're likely to refer to it as the Glenshero wind farm during proceedings. My name is Keith Bray. I'm a reporter appointed by the Scottish Ministers to consider this application and importantly to report back my findings and recommendations to them in order that they can consider their decision. The Highland Council objects to this application, as do other parties, and accordingly Scottish Ministers decided that an inquiry should be held into the proposal. The main purpose of the inquiry and these sessions in particular is to make sure I understand the positions of the parties on landscape and visual impacts, including impacts on the Cairngorms National Park and on wildland areas. Where there is dispute, I need to be clear through this process on the reasons for that dispute. That's so that I can set that out in my reports. Now, just so you don't have to listen to me for too long at the start, I'm actually going to ask you to introduce yourselves at the moment, and that will act as a double check just to make sure that we can see and hear the lead spokesperson. So for the applicant, I think Mr. Trinnick, could you introduce your team? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. My name is Marcus Trinnick, Solicitor of Queen's Counsel. I'm instructed by Nicola Martin and Wright Johnson Mackenzie, who I see is on this Zoom call. And my witness in this session will be James Welch, who is also there on the Zoom call. Thank you.
And for the Highland Council and Nature Scotland, Mr. Finlay.
Yes, sir, may it please you, my name is James Finlay, Queen's Counsel. Active participants in session 1 are Carol Anderson and Roddy Dowell. There are a number of others watching, but those are the 2 active participants.
Okay, thank you. And for the Cairngorms National Park, Ms. Quadri?
Sorry, sir, I wasn't expecting to speak, so I just had to turn everything back on. I'm not participating actively in this session. I'm just here to listen in, and James Finlay is leading with Carol Anderson on effects on the National Park.
Thank you. You will all have received an email this morning that Mr. Kelly, acting on behalf of the John Muir Trust and Wildland Limited, isn't able to join us this morning. And we will discuss that later on in my opening remarks. But Mr. Gordon.
Yes, I can. I'm David Gordon. I'm appearing on behalf of Mountaineering Scotland. Can I just say that I'm operating on an Android tablet, so I'm constantly swiping left and right. And at the moment, for example, to unmute my microphone, I have had to lose all the video. So a lot of the time I'll function in teleconference mode.
I'm sure all the parties will be content for that. If the parties have any problem with that, then please let me know. And perhaps the parties will bear that in mind, just to give Mr. Gordon time to swipe across in between matters if you require just a little bit of extra time.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Now, does everyone have any particular issues arising from the email that Mr. Kelly sent? He isn't able to to tune in this morning, and he's not able to take part. Mr. Trinick, I think you had your hand up.
Yes, I feel a bit constrained because Mr. Kelly is not on the call and he needs to hear what I'm saying. But I'm a little concerned about his estimate for examination in chief on the basis that he's going to ask his witness to explain his evidence as opposed to respond to the evidence given by others. I'm just signalling we don't need that explanation. I don't think it's appropriate in chief. Either the evidence is clear enough on its face, or perhaps it shouldn't be there. And therefore we don't need that long explanation. Equally, we now see he's not available, Dr. Carver, for the runoff day on Monday, which is a bit disappointing if we were to run over, since that runoff day has been planned for some time. Well, let's hope we make good progress, because I wouldn't wish to have my cross-examination curtailed because the witness is not available on a day long planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tring. I've taken note of these matters, and it's likely you'll have an opportunity to address these matters again if we start on the Thursday morning as planned with regard to wildlands, so that Mr. Kelly has noticed. Mr. Kelly has intimated that he will be looking at the recording of this, so he should be aware, if not tuning in at the moment, albeit not on the call. Any other comments? And Mr. Finlay.
Can I echo Mr. Trinick's concern about availability on Monday? Just looking at our time estimates, it may be that we don't get to wildland until late Thursday afternoon, Friday. It would be, it just presents difficulties if Mr. Kelly and his witness are not available on Monday. I'll take instructions as to whether Miss Anderson is available on Monday to provide some flexibility, but particularly given the estimate for evidence in chief, and I again in part share Mr. Trinick's concerns as to that, although I'm perhaps more neutral. I just raise those concerns so that when Mr. Kelly's considering the recording and when hopefully we all meet virtually with Mr. Kelly, we can try and progress matters on that.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay, and I think we'll take an opportunity to keep that under review as we progress through with this inquiry, if not today, tomorrow, just to see how we're getting on with progress and to see if there are any adjustments or any other matters that we need to address as we go through. So please raise those issues again as we review matters as we progress through the days. Okay, the background in particularly useful for those who may be watching in. There have been two pre-examination meetings in advance of this inquiry session. Those have been to guide the procedures, one in May and one in August. I've also attended an accompanied site visit with the applicant's representative, the Council and Nature Scott, and I will record my thanks to the applicant and Mr. Welch for arranging that. I've also visited a number of viewpoints and places of interest with regard to this case, and that was during late summer, in days of good visibility. And so I have been to a number of locations of interest for this case in advance of the inquiry. This inquiry is webcast at our website, dpea.public-i.tv. This process, for those watching, it replaces the originally intended in-person inquiry that was to take place in Abbeymoor this week. The recording will be retained on the website until the application is determined, and by taking part in this virtual inquiry, you are all consenting to being filmed and used and stored in terms of the images and sound recordings and they will be retained on our website and potentially used for training purposes and for the purposes of keeping historical records, which would be available to the public. I'll just briefly explain the process, in particular for those watching. During the current period of restrictions with regard to COVID, the council has not been required to place documents on deposit. All the documents are available on the DPEA website. Just use case reference, and you should get there, which is WIN-270-11. Today and tomorrow we're hearing evidence.
You're going in and out of audibility, at least at my end.
Any other party suffering from that?
You went quieter from my end, not out of audibility altogether, but yeah, that's better now.
Okay, I think it was potentially. I've just moved a little bit closer to the microphone, so I think that should solve it, Mr. Trinick. How do I sound just now? That's better. Thumbs up. Good. I'll probably just lift the volume as well. Today and tomorrow we'll hear evidence. This is the first inquiry session. That's landscape and visual matters, including any impacts on the Cairngorms National Park. So that's the first inquiry session. After that, we will move to an inquiry session planned for Thursday, subject to review Thursday and Friday, and that's concerning wildland. These are formal inquiry sessions, and for those not familiar with the process, the normal sequence of events is that the advocate or solicitors who have introduced themselves already this morning introduce their witness, who gives their evidence in chief. The witnesses have prepared written statements, and they're called precognitions, and they have been prepared in advance. These statements, along with any core documents and inquiry reports, are all on our website. The witness is then cross-examined by opposing parties. I may then ask questions if I have got any further queries. The witness may then be asked further questions by their own advocate, and you may hear the term re-examination to describe that. When all the evidence is concluded for the inquiry sessions, the parties will have the opportunity to make closing submissions, which has been agreed to be in writing. And that normally finishes with the applicant having the final say on written submissions, unless there is a very good reason otherwise. Following the conclusion of the inquiry sessions this week, there will be hearing sessions next week. These are planned for next Tuesday and Wednesday. These are slightly less formal. They're round table discussions, which I will lead. One hearing, the first hearing, is energy and planning policy together with economic benefits, and that's on Tuesday. On Wednesday, a hearing is planned with regard to planning conditions and legal agreements. That would be in the event that ministers would choose to grant permission. While this virtual inquiry is focused on relatively few matters, my report to ministers will also consider the submissions of others made on this application and the other issues which have been raised and are relevant to this case. We've already considered quite a number of matters by written submissions earlier on in the process, and all of that is available on our website. A few protocols now, which the parties have been made aware of, but the summary is that all teams must adhere to government guidance on COVID-19 when participating. So physical distancing, no close contact and sharing of documents and equipment and such like. If anyone is taken ill during the proceedings and any symptoms of COVID-19, it may well be that we have to adjourn the inquiry, or indeed be ill for any other reason. if that were to happen, then I will consult parties on how best to proceed. If at any point I'm in doubt that the guidance, government guidance and restriction has not been adhered to, then I may consider adjourning the procedures if I am concerned. So I just want to flag that up for all the parties. In terms of taking part in a virtual inquiry, if you're not actively participating, then you should have your video switched off. If you're not speaking, try and remember and switch off your microphone. I think we're going to use, and I circulated that we'll use electronic page numbers if we're looking at documents, and that should reduce any confusion on which pages we're on. The precognitions that I just mentioned are to be taken as read and not read out by witnesses in part or in full, although it may be, but small passages are to be read out. We're likely to pause in the proceedings for up to 5 minutes, just to give a short a pause for parties to gather their electronic information together while we move in between evidence in chief and the beginning of cross-examination and any re-examination, and in between witnesses, just so that all parties have a short pause. During that time, you're able to switch off your video, but once you see my video coming back on, it'll be time to start again. We'll take breaks, possibly one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and an hour or another time that we agree for lunch. That's really dependent upon how the kind of sessions go, where and when it's appropriate to break. And I'm quite happy to be advised by the parties as we move forward through that. All your devices that you have around you, I'm sure there are a number. Try to keep them quiet. They should all be on quiet mode at the moment, just so we're not disturbed too much. If you have an emergency at all, please just simply depart. Ask for us if you have time to adjourn, but if there's any particular emergencies, then please inform us and leave and attend to that emergency, domestic or otherwise. Each day we're going to start here at 10 o'clock and we'll close around 4 o'clock. The whole duration of the time on screen will probably be around about 4 hours or not much more than that. Graham, who you've met virtually, is behind the screens making sure that everything is working. So if there are any problems and we have to pause, I'm sure that Graham will sort those out should they arise. Advance notice has been given to us of the main document references by the advocates. I'm not sure we need to go into the detail of that just now. I'm grateful that we have that. There may be 1 or 2 additions to that. I understand that, but it's useful for the parties to have a heads up, if you like, with regard to the documents that are to be examined. You may need to pause and just make sure, and I may intervene just to make sure that all the parties are on the right page. But on that subject, I would like to thank the applicant for pulling together the memory sticks and the structure of the core documents. I do know there have been additions to the core documents, and I would understand that or expect that all the parties would have uploaded those to their memory stick, or at least have them accessible. Is there anything else before I say a few more words on the notice of the main document references? Is everyone, there were some came in earlier on today and some quite late, but I think we've got them all now. And everyone quite content that they've had no notice of all the reference documents that are likely to be referred to. Mr. Trinity?
Yes, sir. I notified late CD 13.5 and 4.6 to add to the documents I refer to Mr. Welch's evidence in chief, but nothing else. Thank you.
And I saw that email, Mr. Trent. Mr. Finlay.
I have no issues with documents that I'm aware of at the moment. There was one matter I was going to raise with you, and that was to ask you if on Friday we could potentially start earlier and finish earlier. It's just that my team are in the same room, suitably socially distanced, and with fresh air blowing through. But we are up in Inverness, so it would assist Carol Anderson and myself if we were able to start, say, at 9:30 and finish at 3:30 on Friday. But I don't need an immediate response to that, but if I could just ask that at this stage, that would be...
I mean, is there any particular objection from anyone from that? I don't have any concern over that.
That's fine.
So
thank you very much indeed, everybody.
I think if we plan on that basis, but obviously we'll obviously take stock of where we are. Thank you, Mr. Finlay. Mr. Gordon, anything from you on the emails that have been going around with regard to document references?
No, nothing from me. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gordon. You've had a copy of a programme which we've alluded to with regard to the timetable. That is a guide. We will try to stick to that. We will certainly try to stick to the hearings starting on Tuesday and Wednesday as planned. We have 5 days to complete the inquiry sessions, subject to our discussions earlier. We all need to make sure that the cross-examination focuses on those essential matters, and we've had estimates circulated between the parties. If I consider that we're straying into matters that we do not need to hear, and it's contained in the report that we can refer to, then I may intervene. There are some other housekeeping matters before we commence. In terms of speaking, just try and remember and switch off those microphones. I'll stay on video for most of the time, and if you're participating, I prefer if you stayed on video, but the key thing is that you're able to hear what is happening. We all probably need time to follow the evidence, so just bear that in mind in terms of any examination that you're doing, that we'll all have to scroll around or move across tabs just to get to the proper reference. So pauses may be required to do that. As in a normal inquiry, if you require to intervene, if you wish to intervene, then please do so in the normal fashion, either by indicating or putting your microphone on and intervening, as you would do in a normal inquiry. If you have a particular concern that you want to bring to my attention, and then I will deal with it. So if we treat that as the normal, as if it was a normal inquiry. So don't just rely on the hand. If you feel you want to intervene, then please speak to that, speak to me directly. Obviously raise these matters with me in the first instance, and we may ask you as we're going through procedures, not necessarily to speak, but just to simply give us a thumbs up if you're happy with matters as we're going through, just to save a little bit of time. So as far as I'm aware, we have the applicant leading off with his witness, Mr. Welsh, and as I understand it, I think that will be followed by the Council Nature Scott and Carol Anderson, as I understand it from recent emails, which is ahead of Mr. Dowell and then Mr. Gordon. So in terms of the witness order, is everyone content that I've got the witness order correct? Just a little thumbs up or a wee wave or a nod. That's great. Excellent. I would anticipate that Mr. Finlay would, in terms of cross-examination, Mr. Finlay would be cross-examining the applicant's witness, followed by Mr. Gordon. And I assume then, Mr. Finlay, that you will be, if you like, acting for the national park in that, based on what Ms Cordy said earlier?
Well, strictly speaking, I'm not acting for the national park. I'm acting for SNH, who are giving evidence for the national park. So it would be wrong for me to say that I'm instructed by the national park. I'm not. I give others warning. When we come to the hearing session next week, again, I won't be instructed for the national park, but I will be assisting in coordinating responses to the questions. To your agenda for on the hearing session, with the aid of helping that run smoothly. But that's my formal position. I don't anticipate that causes anyone any problems, but I make it clear I'm cross-examining on behalf of Nature Scott and Highland Council.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay. I'm quite clear on that. All the other parties clear on what Mr. Finlay said there, Mr. Trinnick?
Yes, thank you, perfectly happy.
Thank you. The applicants, I would imagine, would be cross-examining Carl Anderson and Roddy Dowell. And do you intend to cross-examine Mr. Gordon, Mr. Trinnick?
If he sticks to the script, no.
Okay, well, thanks for that. Mr. Gordon, what plans do you have for cross-examination, for asking questions of others?
Yes, I'm sorry, sir. I sent an email this morning, but it was about 9:45 or something. I have no plans unless something has come up which others haven't dealt with, which I think is very unlikely.
Okay.
Hello?
And
Sense?
no, I was just pausing there, Mr. Gordon. I was just taking a note of that. Apologies.
Sorry, when I speak, I have to take you off video.
Thanks, Mr. Gordon. With regard to what we discussed earlier on with Mr. Kelly, did the applicant wish to ask questions of Mr. Kelly's inquiry report and recognition with regard to this session? He did offer in an earlier email the opportunity to be available at a set time. So that was a question I was wanting to pose this morning. Mr. Trinnick.
No, sir, on the basis that he's presenting information prepared by somebody else and saying he endorses it. So since I can't cross-examine the author of the evidence, I have no questions for Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Trinnick. And I noted all these matters also. You're obviously free to deal with matters and closing submissions also, so as you will be aware. So thank you for letting me know that. Are there any procedural questions that any party wishes to raise? I've gone through my opening remarks now, so if there are any particular matters that you would wish to raise around procedure before we go into the inquiry session proper, then it may be appropriate to raise them now. Mr. Gordon, is there anything procedurally that you're unsure of or you'd like to make any particular point?
No, sir. I've taken part in a number of physical PLIs. I'm quite content. I know what's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Mr. Finlay.
No, I'm content. Thank you.
And Mr. Trinnick, any matters to raise?
No, sir, none.
Okay. Well, just to test out this theory that a pause might be helpful in this virtual world, I would suggest that we will ask Mr. Trinnick to introduce his witness in 5 minutes' time, so it's 10:35. So switch off your video, prepare your documents if need be, and we'll return here all together at 10:35. When you see me reappearing, then that's us close to looking to start. Okay, so 10:35. Okay, are all parties ready to restart? Mr. Trinick, you're ready. I see Mr. Finlay there, and Mr. Gordon has been there. So, Mr. Trinick, I'm just going to hand over to you to lead your witness, Mr. Trinick.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Welch.
Good morning.
I set there with the documents you will need for this examination in chief, I hope. Just having done a virtual inquiry less than a month ago, I echo what the reporter says. We need to take this carefully and not too fast so people can keep up with document references, so bear that in mind throughout. I want to start by taking precognitions as read with a new document that we produced simply for the sake of producing it, CD 1229, which is the document where you say which parts of Mr. Bainsfair's inquiry report, CD 12.1, you do not adopt. I want to make sure, sir, and indeed Mr. Finlay, you have that document. Mr. Finlay does. Sir, do you have that document? I needn't go into it then. People have it. Thank you. Would you please take up or get out or bring up on the screen Mr. Dowell's inquiry report, which is CD 13.1.
Yes, I have that.
And go to electronic page 10. I won't say electronic anytime from now on. When I say page, I mean electronic page 10, paragraph 3.6. I think so. If you're happy, if you can put a thumb up when you're there, and Mr. Finlay as well, then we can avoid use of the mute button. At the beginning of 3.6, Mr. Dowell says he doesn't agree with the LBIA. He doesn't agree that it correctly identifies the substantial, I think, significant visual effects that will be associated with the proposal within the THC area. This is largely as a result of the underestimation of the magnitude of change covered further in section 5 below. I emphasize that I'm not addressing here the errata point, that's quite separate. I'm simply addressing that first sentence, to which I think you wanted to respond.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Mr. Dowell claims that the LBIA underestimates the magnitude of effect. What matters is whether it correctly identifies the significant visual effects of the proposed development. And that depends on not only where the threshold of significance is set, but also how consideration of the factors that inform magnitude of change are rationalized in the assessor's mind. I have reviewed each of Ramboll's visual assessments in my review, the open review, CD 1210, which was a desk-based exercise, but I've also calibrated my findings through field work since that date. It has involved 2 chartered landscape architects at open, and in my opinion, the findings set out in the LVIA correctly identify the significant visual effects of Glenshero, with one exception being viewpoint 4, as set out in my inquiry report and reflected in CD 1223, which is the comparison that I've produced of Mr. Dowell's and my findings. I do not therefore accept Mr. Dowell's statement that the LVIA underestimates the visual effects.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Turn now to Mr. Dowell's inquiry report, page 15, paragraph 423. Give parties a chance just to skim read that rather than read it out to the inquiry. What's your response to that, please?
I think that it is unrealistic to expect every wind farm development that comes forward in the monoliths to carry the same or to reflect the same design objectives, particularly since design is site specific and each opportunity is different. Furthermore, given advances in technology, I also think that it's unrealistic to expect a similarity of design and wind farm image within an area. Times are moving fast in terms of turbine technology. However, notwithstanding this generalization in the guidance, the Glenshero project reflects the turbine size and scale deployed at Stroneleg, which it adjoins, thereby continuing that image for this site. I'm unclear from Mr. Dowell's evidence whether he takes issue with the design guidelines that were identified for Glenshero, which are listed in Mr. Baines-Fair's inquiry report at paragraph 2.5.1. I think they are perfectly rational for an extension to an existing wind farm. And I would like the reporter to have regard to section 2.5.1 of Mr. Baines-Fair's IR CD 12.1.
Thank you. I don't think we need to go there, but you've made the reference. So I'm getting notification from the my group WhatsApp that the video stream is a little interrupted. I just wonder if Graham could check.
That's not happening to my team, so I just raise that because it may help pinpoint where the issue is. Obviously, it's important that Mr. Trinick's team are able to watch.
No, I've had just had a note, just got restored. I apologise, sir. I just know that at Blairgow we had numerous little alarms such as this, and it's obviously it's more important that the public are able to see the video stream, and that's why I raise it rather than my team. But I think we're all right now.
Thank you, Mr. Trinick.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I just note that I'm not appearing on video because the host has disabled me. So I don't know whether Graham's done something, but just to say I haven't ducked out of the meeting.
I'm sure Graham will have heard that, and if not, if I find a second, I will be in contact with him. I'll ask Mr. Trinick to continue, though.
Thanks, sir. Please go to Mr. Dahl's inquiry report at page 16, paragraph 5.2. And again, I'll let people just skim read this paragraph, which introduces the issue of the Stroneleg mitigation, which those familiar with the evidence will know about. Very well, Mr. Welch, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you. Every wind farm that I have been involved with that has been designed and built in Scotland is subject to mitigation at EIAR stage to reduce its effects. It's an inherent part of the design process to endeavour to minimise adverse effects on landscape and visual and other environmental receptors. In my experience of the planning process, extensions to operational developments seem to be more readily accepted than developments where no other sites exist in the baseline. And nearby in Highland, we have Millennium, Binion, Far, Loch Lukut, Corramoily, all of which are examples where there has been one or more extensions brought forward, but where the original scheme was undoubtedly, in my mind, subject to mitigation strategy. So we're not unusual in that respect here. Each of those projects will have had an original set of design principles, but since those have been amended through extensions which alter the original mitigation and yet have been found to be acceptable. Some of those examples, Loch Loocoot, for example, is now on its 4th extension application. But every effort was made in respect of Loch Loocoot 1 to reduce or minimize the effects of that development. And it's not unusual to Highland either. I've been involved in projects, including Crystal Rig, which is now on its 4th extension. Given the clear policy for more onshore wind farms, which is something I understand from David Bell, our planning advisor, this is not an issue, in my view, that is going to go away, but it doesn't mean that extensions that potentially confound earlier mitigation are necessarily unacceptable in landscape and visual terms.
Thank you. Please go to Mr. Dahl's inquiry report, page 17, paragraph 5.9. And here we're continuing on the same theme as i.e. Strone Lairg. People would read simply the first 2 sentences down to wildland areas. Now we're dealing here not with wildland, but with, I think, principally the phrase risk of encirclement of the national park, and also from the following, well, from the end of this this paragraph, significantly extend the horizontal spread of turbines as seen from certain viewpoints. Now, in replying, I know you first of all want to go to CD 12.3, and within that to map JW11, and I'm ashamed to say I haven't got the electronic page number for that, but perhaps when you get to it, you would tell those in the inquiry.
It's electronic page 16 in the part 1 of those figures in 12.3.
Well, having got that up, would you like to respond to what is said by Mr. Dahl?
Firstly, I would say that his reference to the Scottish Minister's decision at Strone Lairg identifying sensitivities, that is true for every wind farm site, certainly that I've been involved with. Every site has its sensitivities. It's undoubtable that Strone Lairg had a massive impact on wildland at the time it was approved. Figure JW11 there shows the break between wildland areas 19 and 20 that was certainly considered as wildland, a potential candidate for wildland in earlier stages. So by comparison,
Mr. Welch, try to stick to the national park rather than wildland in this session, if you would.
yes. The shading on JW11, green and blue, shows the ZTV of Strone Lairg. So we can see that it had an effect within the national park, which goes further than the additional yellow shading of Glenshero. Furthermore, I do not agree that Glenshero risks a perception of encirclement around the park. I think it's an overstatement to say it would risk encirclement. And what I would like to do is briefly go to each of the viewpoints identified in Mr. Dowell's inquiry report to examine his claim that the horizontal spread is significantly extended, thereby adding to a sense of encirclement. I think the best document to go to is CD 10.12.2.
So you're looking here at the SNH visualizations?
Yes.
Okay. And I think the first one you want to go to will be figure 49A, am I correct?
Yes, viewpoint 2.
Try to take this fairly briefly, please, Mr. Welch.
Yes, viewpoint 2. Given the degree to which the development is concealed by landform, I don't agree that it would lead to a significant extension of Strone Leg in visual terms.
Mhm.
Moving on to 3. Figure 4.10a, ditto. It would lead to an increase in the horizontal spread, but I don't consider that the relatively limited amount of visibility from this location would lead to a significant extension to what is already seen in relation to Strone Leg. Viewpoint 7.
Hold just on viewpoint 3, the horizontal field of view here is 90 degrees, is that right?
Yes, it is.
So when you see Glenshero extending beyond Strone Leg, never mind Cloyk, but Strone Leg, roughly, please, what is how many horizontal degrees is that?
I have not worked this out, but approximately 15.
All right, thank you. Carry on, please.
Viewpoint 7 at Gale Khan. I'm looking at figure 4.14a, and again we can see Glenshero set against Strone Leg there. I don't consider that to be a significant extension in horizontal terms to the field of view that's established by Strone Leg. Scrolling on down to viewpoint 8.
So
4.15a, figure 4.15a. Again, we can see by the wind farm banners, the names above the wire line, that the increase in horizontal extents is of a very small proportion. I would accept at viewpoint 12 that there is a notable increase, and that's Gale Khan at close range.
and finally,
figure 419a.
Hmm.
And then finally moving on to Khan Lief, viewpoint 15. Khan Lief is at 422a. The increase in horizontal extents is minor. So taking those in the round, I consider that Mr. Dowell is overstating the degree to which Glenshero may be perceived as increasing the horizontal spread of Strone Leg in the viewpoints he identifies.
thank you. Sticking with paragraph 5.9 in Mr. Dowell's inquiry report, page 17, he also says, when viewed from the surrounding summits, the turbines would appear to spill out over the enclosed inland bowl. I think you want to go back to CD 12.3 here at JW10. Perhaps people will get that out and signal when they have got it out. Mr. Finlay. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Gordon, I should be looking at you. Thank you very much. Yes, carry on, please. You want to respond to that?
It may help for those who are looking at it digitally to zoom in, but what this figure demonstrates is that the Glenshero turbines are sited at the same landform height or higher when compared with Strone Leg. Dell is also consistent with Strone Leg in part, but to its northern edge climbs higher. Spilling out, that phrase spilling out suggests to me they drop out of the bowl to a lower level. But the point I want to make here is that they do not. They extend Strone Leg within the same topography, albeit I accept that they go closer to the edge of the plateau.
All right, thank you. I want to move on to 515, please, Mr. Welch, 515, which you will find on page 19 of Mr. Dowell's inquiry report. Where he says, whilst the large scale, people can find the passage which starts about 7 or 8 lines down, while the large scale and expansive landscape can generally accommodate development. I read to the end of that sentence, indeed the following sentence. Now, to answer the point, Mr. Welch, would you get out a viewpoint 3 in CD 12, 10.12.2, 10.12.2 is figure 410A.
Could I just have the paragraph number of Mr. Dowell's report?
515.
515, grateful, thank you.
Page 19. And CD 10.12.2, figure 410A. That's viewpoint 3. Are people ready? Mr. Gordon, are you there? Thank you. Mr. Finley, your last for once. You're there. Okay, Mr. Welch, you wanted to respond to what Mr. Dowell says.
I agree with Mr. Dowell that the large scale and expansive landscape can generally accommodate development. It has a scale that can accommodate development without incongruous conflicts of scale arising. Looking at viewpoint 3, I cannot understand how he thinks there is a scale impact at viewpoint 3 when the majority of the development is concealed, including its hub height, bar 2 turbines.
And I think you wanted to go on to viewpoint 10, which
Yes.
is figure 417A. Being another of the viewpoints referred to by Mr. Dowell. Carry on, please.
Whilst you can see more of the turbine hubs from viewpoint 10, they are still seen to a part of their overall height, and they also sit below the Bewley-Denny line, which is in the foreground of that view, which actually diminishes their scale. So I cannot accept that there is a scale conflict at either of these two viewpoints, based on what I've seen when I go there.
Thank you for that. Mr. Dowell's inquiry report, page 23, paragraph 533. When people get there, would they please read the first 2 sentences down to Bewley-Denny power line? And as well, I think if people could get up from within CD 10.12.2, the S&H visualizations, a viewpoint 10, which is, well, you already got it up. There we are. We had it. That's the same one we had before. And if you keep actually viewpoint 10 up for the next 2 points. I think, Mr. Welch, you wanted to respond to the sentence which starts the Corrie-Arrack Pass.
Thank you. Mr. Dowell considers that the Bewley-Denny line only slightly diminishes this route, and I'm concerned by that statement. I've been along the pass several times, including over the top, and I do not agree with the assessment, his assessment that the Bewley-Denny line only slightly diminishes its grandeur. I think at viewpoint 10, we can see there the proximity of the Bewley-Denny line to the Corrie-Arrack Pass, the route, and that serves to continue all the way up to the summit of the pass. So in my view, I believe this is incorrect calibration of the impact of the Beaulieu-Denny line on the Corrie Pass.
In 533, Mr. Dowell also says, in the last sentence, this background provides, if people read that sentence, please. In particular, the phrase "for receptors moving north, turbines will tend to dominate the view and give the impression that one is moving into a wind farm landscape." Your response, please, Mr. Welch.
He's discussing again the effects along the Corrie Pass track. Viewpoint 10 is a good example of where visibility does arise. It is a short-lived view in which the proposed development is perpendicular to the direction of travel, and where the visual amenity is dominated by the Beaulieu-Denny line and set back behind commercial plantation to the fore. In my view, the Corrie Pass does not tend to head towards the wind farm, but passes it. And I don't agree with his assessment that there is a sense of moving into a wind farm landscape. I think it's a point along that track that you come to and pass and leave the wind farm behind as you head north.
Very well. A last point for Mr. Dowell's inquiry report. It's the new one I warned of with this morning with 2 additional documents. We go to his inquiry report at 412, please, and paragraph 13. So I've done my best to give Mr. Finlay very little advance warning at this point. We only noticed this point, in fact, this morning, and that's why it's coming up. In 412, Mr. Dowell says that the site falls wholly within landscape character area 6, Monalea Ridge and Tops Rolling Uplands. Now, I think if we went first to CD 46, is that the appropriate reference, Mr. Welch?
Yes.
And within that, go to electronic page, I'm going to get this wrong.
40.
40, thank you. Right, carry on.
You can see there on the right-hand side of that page the referencing for the character types. So on the right-hand edge, we can see LN3 and its zigzag boundary with LN6. It is not a particularly accurate plan from which to make a detailed assessment of where the site sits, but that zigzag line does appear on a number of other plans, including the Ordnance Survey. And to verify that the site...
Before you verify, stick with this document so we don't have to come back to it again, and go to electronic page 49, please. I think I've got the right, it should be paragraph 525.
Yes.
Carry on.
The document indicates there that a small part of LN3 was included for practical purposes, but it's not representative of the character area as a whole, and therefore an appraisal was not carried out. So no guidance is provided for LN3 within section 5 of this document.
Right, and to verify the map on page 40, you're going to take us to CD 13.5, aren't you?
Yes.
Let's go there, please. People may want to zoom in electronically on this one to get better visibility. And I think we're looking at the black Glenshero turbines, and literally just north of the turbines and south of the black dotted line. Is that right, Mr. Welch?
Yes, you can make out the zigzag line I referred to.
So this is a rather faint black line going, really skirting around the top of the turbines. And sorry, your evidence is what?
My evidence is that that line shown on the Ordnance Survey base is the boundary between LN3 and LN6, thereby confirming that the turbines are within LN3.
All right, because we don't know that's on the OS space. All we know is it's on that map. I guess it may have been added to the OS space at the time of Stranraer. We don't know, do we?
The only thing I can say is I have looked at some other plans, and it is clearly shown as some form of march on the
Okay.
plan.
That's all we know. Well, we'll try and sort that out as a matter of fact during the course of the inquiry, and I apologise it's raised somewhat late. I see Mr. Gordon's raising his hand.
If I can clarify, it is fence lines, some extant and some rather decrepit. I don't know whether it's the Glenshero land ownership boundary or not, but it is basically old fence lines, which the OS maps as standard.
Okay, well, thanks, Mr. Gordon. That's helpful, no doubt, in helping to clarify the issue. But I think it will take further discussion. I want to move on finally to 3 points on Carol Anderson's inquiry report. And so people could get up to that, which is CD 15.1. And please also get out people CD 12.27. People could tell me when they've got that up. I'll rehearse the passage from Carol Anderson's report to stop people having to go between two documents. So it's paragraph 414 in CD 15.1 at electronic page 8, where Carol Anderson tells us she's defined 4 sub-areas within this study area for detailed assessment, with these influenced by the Cairngorms National Park landscape character assessment, etc. So we're talking about the sub-areas. What is 1227, Mr. Welch?
1227 is a figure that we've produced, which takes Carol Anderson's figure 1 as a scanned base, and onto it we have outlined in red the sub-areas that I identified in my assessment of the effects on the national park in Annex 3 to my inquiry report. And the purpose of the figure was simply to indicate whether and how Carol Anderson and my assessment of sub-areas for the national park differs.
Okay, now to the lay eye, there are differences between your sub-areas and hers. To your more tutored eye, are there big differences?
I don't think that there are. We can see that we both split the park along the River Spey. Ms. Anderson gave it sub-area 2. I simply made it a part of sub-area 1 and called it North Spey, with the southern part of the Spey as South Spey. And broadly speaking, those areas are consistent. Furthermore, the area of the southern hills, which was Miss Anderson's sub-area 4 and my sub-area 3, are broadly similar too.
Okay, well that's the purpose of the exercise. That's your view on the comparability of the plans, or the sub-areas rather. Now,
Mr. Trinick, sorry, just to assist, can I say that we agree with that there's no significant difference, and it may intervene in the hope that it may shorten matters rather than lengthen matters, that I'm certainly not taking any point in the different identification of sub-areas, and both Mr. Welch and Ms. Anderson appear to be broadly operating on the same principles, but they've just drawn different lines as may be the case. I hope that assists.
that's actually extremely helpful. Thank you very much. That does help. Thank you. In terms of 414 on electronic page 9, there Carol Anderson says more about the Upper Glenshero and the Southern Mountains, that's sub-area 4. I think you wanted to make a further comment on sub-area 4.
Thank you. It's a point that came from reading Ms. Anderson's detailed assessment. I consider that her sub-area 4, my sub-area 3, is characterized to a degree in visual terms by the busy A9 corridor which runs through the sub-area, bringing with it movement, noise, a rail line, the Bewley-Denny line, which generates a degree of visual intrusion and audible intrusion to this part of the park, which is a characteristic of sub-area 3 or 4, in my opinion, and it's not something that is just perceived very close to the road. Indeed, I could still hear the A9 when I was close to viewpoint 20 Carn-Nacain. So it has it is a further factor which needs to be taken into account when assessing this sub-area.
And a final point in chief, if you go to table 4.4, which starts electronic page 17 of Carol Anderson's inquiry report, and to the assessment in the 3rd column, I'm trying to find the precise reference. Which electronic page is it on, please, Mr. Welch? Is the operational Strown Lag?
Page 19.
Yes.
And the sentence starting, the operational Strown Leg wind farm would not be visible from the Glenshero Hills.
I've got it. It's about 2/3 of the way down that column on that, the right column on that page. You
Yes.
wanted to respond to that, having eventually got there. Sorry about that.
Thank you. It's important, sir, I think that whilst the Operation Strown Leg wind farm may not be seen from, say, viewpoints 9 or 20, it is something that I was clearly able to see on my approach up to viewpoint 20 through a part of my sub-area 3, and it was something that was perfectly visible to the naked eye on my descent as well. So along the ridge line towards viewpoint 20 and on the descent back down towards the A9 and Dalwhinnie, Strown Leg could certainly be seen quite clearly.
Mr. Welch, would you please stay there? There may be some questions for you. Thanks, sir.
Mr. Finlay, are you thinking that this may be an appropriate point to have a morning break, or would you like to continue? I had highlighted that we would have a very short break in between the changeovers, but I'm really in your hands, Mr. Finlay. If you like to stop for.
I'm keen to make progress, and it may, because we had a break at 10:30, it may be of assistance to continue to say nearer 12 o'clock and have a short break then to split up the time between then and lunch, if that's suitable to you and Mr. Welch in particular.
Mr. Trunick, are you content with that broad proposal from Mr. Finlay?
Yes, sir, I am. Okay,
and Mr. Finlay, or Mr. Trunick, you're not looking for 2 minutes just now, or are you just wanting to press on, Mr. Finlay?
Let's press on.
Well,
in my witness's hands, though, so Mr. Welch, you need his view.
I'm perfectly happy to continue.
Okay, I'll just let Mr. Finlay continue with his question then.
Thank you, sir. Morning, Mr. Welch.
Good morning, Mr. Finlay.
There are 4 parts to my cross-examination. Part 1, I'm afraid, can probably take a reasonable amount of time. It's an introductory part, but it covers topics that are relevant to all the other parts. And that's the second part will deal with landscape and visual, the third part will deal with the park, and the fourth part which will be put off till the next inquiry session, will deal with wild land. But just to make it clear that there are aspects of all the second, third and fourth parts that I will cover in part one, just because I hope that is the most efficient way of dealing with it. So making a start on part one, which is just your general approach and other matters. Some landscape architects just concentrate on identifying the particular effects, but you go further in your evidence. And I preface this question by saying it's not pejorative. I'm not making a criticism or otherwise, by forming judgments on other subjects, such as acceptability. As I understand it, that's what you do, but you don't criticize, for instance, Carol Anderson, who just stops at identifying the effects.
No, I certainly don't criticize her for not drawing an opinion out on the acceptability. Different landscape architects take different approaches. It's something that I do because I consider that I should express a professional opinion in relation to acceptability in landscape and visual terms. I'm not making a judgment on the planning balance, and I'm very clear about that in my inquiry report.
We'll come on to that in due course. I'm grateful for that. And one can see that in Mr. Bainsfair's report, which we'll come to in more detail, he doesn't draw a view on acceptability or indeed integrity, nor does he, for instance, refer to particular other case reports. And so and again, I stress that it's not a comparative exercise, but he sits apparently in the same camp as Anderson on that.
The only point I would take issue with you there is that you rolled in the word integrity into that. I do not think it is making a judgment on acceptability is up to the individual professional. But in terms of integrity, I think a landscape architect is able to give an opinion on the integrity of a designated landscape, because that ties directly back to an assessment of the special qualities. So I would just make that, I would distinguish those two aspects.
Okay, well, I make it clear I disagree with you, at least in part on that, and we'll come to that when we deal with integrity in the park in part 3 of the cross-examination. But you also, unlike Mr. Bainsfair and Miss Anderson, refer extensively to previous decisions in all your assessments, both of landscape and visual, the park and wild land. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't believe I draw extensively. I refer to a small number of decisions which I have been involved with and which I consider provide some helpful indication of Scottish ministers' approach to what is a very difficult and subjective topic.
I can understand why you do it, but I'm again simply indicating, and we'll come to the, I suggest numerous occasions when you do in the course of your evidence refer to previous decisions, but that's a contrast. The only point I'm seeking to make at the moment is that's a contrast again with Mr. Bainsfair and Miss Anderson, who don't do that.
I accept they may not.
Could we then go to your Annex 2 in your, so when I'm referring to your evidence, I won't give the CD number every time. It's Annex 2 in your main report, which is CD 12.2, and I'm working off a paper copy, so apologies, I'm not going to be able to give an electronic page number, but it's it's at page 53 in the document itself, if that helps parties. And I'll wait till everyone catches up with that.
I think that's the same in the electronic version.
I'm grateful. I will just use the pagination. Sometimes the electronic version can be considerably out. Thank you. What we see on page 53 is that this annex, you tell us at the outset, outlines your experience and instructions, but I'm more interested in your experience in relation to the inquiry session. That's in the first paragraph. In the second paragraph, towards the end, you tell us where you've worked in Highland previously. You refer to Tonlin Clack and Limekiln in Caithness. In the third paragraph, you refer to your involvement in a number of other cases, and then you give an extensive list of those inquiries. And then we come to the, on page 654 now, underneath that list, you say in the last sentence, this experience, referring to what you've just referred to, assists you to calibrate your judgment. And calibration is important to your judgment on both impacts, but also acceptability, as I understand it. And have I understood your approach in your annex correctly?
I'm simply there identifying various projects that I've been involved with. I also refer in the following paragraph to projects where I've advised clients I don't believe projects are supportable. And from that experience, and indeed other decisions that I have read, I find that helpful in calibrating my judgment.
But that list only includes cases you've won, not cases you've lost. Can I ask you what account you take of the cases you've lost?
Of course, I take account of cases that I've lost as well.
Because you specifically refer to your experience in Highland, but in this document, and I'm only concentrating on Highland at the moment, you don't refer to three relatively recent appeal decisions, Blair Moore, Cairngorm and Glenmorry, all of which you gave evidence, and all of which you presumably expressed a view as to acceptability. Can you confirm you appeared at all those inquiries and expressed a view as to acceptability?
By Blair Moore, do you mean Drumbar 2?
Yes, I think it's
yes.
Correct title's Blair Moore, but
yes,
I have it in my own mind as Drumbar 2.
Yes, I don't just pick the inquiries that we have some success in terms of offering an opinion on acceptability. I provide that in relation to all of my evidence where I'm confident that there is a baseline of evidence I can form a view on. For example, and I think you will recall this well, at Limekiln, I did not offer an opinion on acceptability in relation to wild land effects.
No, but my point is, Mr. Welsh, you've provided a list here for the reporter. You've specifically identified experience in Highland region, but you've omitted to mention three inquiries you lost. Cairngorm and Glenmorry, just you'll be aware, but the reporter won't be, concerned not only landscape and visual impacts, but wild land impacts. And Blair Moore, or Drumbar 2, which is concerned a wind farm near Kiltarlity on the other side of Loch Ness, concerned about, amongst other matters, impacts on one of the viewpoints we're concerned with in this case, which is Meal Ferveny, which is viewpoint 1 in our case. Then what it was in Blair Moore, we'll come to that in due course. But they are relevant appeal decisions, two of them being, I think, ministers' decisions, which one might have expected to see in your list where you've assisted, where you've outlined what's helped you calibrate your response.
That list, I think you're reading more into that list than I intended. It's purely a list of projects which are operational, which are now consented or operational. Of course, I have regard to those projects where a decision goes against me.
Well, I don't want to be unfair. If you go back to 1.7 at the start of your report, which is page 4. you refer to Annex 2, and then you go on to say you've got particular experience in the Highland Council area, and there you do refer to Drumbar 2. So I'm not accusing you of ignoring it altogether, but you don't refer to Glenmory and Cairngorm. Cairngorm, just so that the inspector has it, you do go on to refer to later on. I think there's one reference to it at paragraph 2.25, but you don't refer to Glenmory at all in your report, and that was a decision that went to the Court of Session because, as you will recall, and the appeal was rejected. Do you accept that your view as to acceptability in those cases was considered incorrect?
No, I don't. It may be that those projects were rejected for a variety of reasons. Similarly, at Limekiln, which we were, you could say we were successful in winning, the reporter said they didn't take account of the fact that I expressed an opinion on acceptability.
Well, let's be clear, Mr. Welsh, there are in fact two Limekiln decisions. You haven't referred to the first one in this section, and you lost the first one, you won the second one. That's correct, isn't it? That's
yes, the way you're putting the question is sort of pinning the decision on my evidence. It may not necessarily have turned on my evidence. For example, Limekiln 1 fell because the reporters had inadequate information on which to form a view on one part of a wildland area.
I accept that, and that's why I haven't drawn significant attention to Limekiln 1. I also accept the point that just because you succeed in a case doesn't mean the reporters have accepted your views on all impacts, and just because you've lost in a case doesn't mean they've rejected your views on all impacts. In fact, Blairmore or Drumbar 2 may be a good example whether Mr. Seaton, who was the reporter there, accepted some views and rejected others of yours. But overall, what one can say is that they probably haven't accepted your view as to acceptability. And I want to know whether you accept or whether you acknowledge that, and whether you've taken that into account when you've calibrated your view by which you express so much store in your evidence.
I consider that I have a professional duty to express what I consider to be the acceptability of a development in landscape or visual grounds. I believe that it is helpful to a decision maker to understand my opinion on that. Otherwise, they are somewhat in the dark as to the crux of a professional opinion if they don't have that expressed. Whether they listen to it or put it to one side in undertaking a balance of all aspects of the development is a matter for the decision maker. I don't think that is cause for me to stop providing that professional opinion. I believe it's exactly the sort of professional opinion that a landscape architect who is trained in these matters should be able to give.
Mr. Welsh, very interesting comment, but not an answer at all to my question. I haven't suggested you should stop giving a view on acceptability, which was the conclusion of your speech there. What I asked you was whether you accepted that your view of acceptability had been found wanting, and how you've taken that into account in calibrating. That's a different point. Now, I'll give you one more chance to answer that, and then I'll go on.
I of course, take account of all the decisions in reaching a decision on a view on acceptability. And I also have regard to projects like Caplik, which I said were indefensible in landscape and visual grounds. So my appreciation of projects goes further than ones that I've been directly involved with. I read all relevant planning decisions in formulating and in developing my judgment on acceptability.
I say that, but the reason I referred to the outset of my cross-exam, the fact that you refer to previous decisions and others don't, is that I can only cross-examine you and Mr. Bray can only take into account, and the ministers in due course likewise, what you've set out in your report as the ones you've taken into account. And as we will see in due course, I'm going to suggest to you there are a number of relevant decisions that you haven't had regard to. When you set out to give, for instance, in 1.7, your particular experience in Highland Council, some might consider it remiss of you to have omitted 2 ministers' decisions about wind farms which involve development both in wildland areas and otherwise.
Yeah. I think, Mr. Finlay, you probably made that point a couple of times, and I think you were going to move on, I think, into the evidence itself. So I've noted clearly your points, Mr. Finlay.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm grateful. If you go to acceptability now, you deal with that in 221 of your report as a topic. And first of all, there's no test in GLVIA as to what is acceptable or not. There's no, or any other guidance document, is there? There's nothing to set your standard against any objective standard or criteria.
No, and I'm not aware of any guidance that I should have regard to in formulating that advice, that opinion.
Absolutely, that can cut both ways, and I can comment on that in due course. You set out the factors that you took into account at paragraph 222, and there are a number of factors there. That's on page 10 and 11. Now, you recently gave evidence at Clashgower wind farm in front of Mr. Seaton and another in about a month and a half ago, or 2 months ago. And the second factor, the second bullet point, wasn't in the same list. Is that a new factor that you've taken into account, or has it arisen just as a result of the impacts in this case? That's the one which says, top of page 11, the nature of interaction of visual and perceptual effects from within surrounding landscape character types, wild land areas, and I accept there weren't wild land areas in Clashgower, and designated landscapes, which there were. There were SLAs, there was the national park and the like. That wasn't in your list in Clashgower. Is that a new point that you've taken into account?
Well, yes, it's a new point. It wasn't in my list at Clashgower because as I write each of my inquiry reports individually, and it's an additional point that I felt I should have regard to in this particular case.
But surely then, if your view on acceptability, you're moving on from one case to the other, if you change your criterion from case to case, that makes it even more difficult to get a grip with, doesn't it?
I don't think this is a particularly challenging criterion to get to grips with. I'm talking about the nature of effects on designated landscapes, and that is clearly something that is particularly relevant to this case.
Well, I'd suggest to you, and I don't want to refight Clashgower, it would be landscape character types and designated landscapes would have been relevant to Clashgower. And I'm not suggesting it's a difficult criteria to come to grips with. All I'm suggesting is that if you use different criterion for different cases, it undermines your concept of having one overall approach to acceptability that you recalibrate from time to time.
I don't accept that, because I think acceptability is precisely the sort of matter that does need to be recalibrated as you continue to learn from experience. And indeed, it's curious that you should pick this one, because I refer here to the geographical extent of those interactions. and that was a matter we put to your witness, Miss Anderson at Glashgar, and I now note that she has included that as one of her criterion. So it shows we are both learning from the process we're going through.
Well, yeah. Mr. Welsh, with respect, you're mixing two matters there. A, it's not an answer to my question, but that Miss Anderson takes into account geographical extent of interactions. She's not forming a view when she does that on acceptability, is she? As you've already agreed, she doesn't.
No, she's not.
This is about your views on acceptability. The other point that's changed, just to move on, because I don't want to spend more time on this point than is necessary. In the fourth bullet point, you've expanded your approach to cumulative wind farm development. Previously, the second part of that was simply after scale massing design of the proposed development relative to the above, which was the same as at Glashgar. You'd simply referred at Glashgar to other cumulative wind farm development. This time you've given it a bit more detail.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking, I can't see that in the fourth bullet point.
The fourth bullet point, there are two parts to it. Sorry, the fourth last bullet point, my apologies. That's my mistake. Scale massing and design down to the word above in the second line is the same. You've again undertaken it, given a slightly more different factor, or expressed it differently for cumulative interaction, particularly by reference to the word combined cumulative interaction. Again, I make the same point as the second bullet point. If you're introducing a new approach or slant on what's acceptable, I'd suggest to you that makes it more difficult to place any weight on your judgment as to acceptability.
I don't accept that for the reason that every project is different, every site is different, and the factors that come into play on acceptability of a development on a given site require to be tailored to that specific location and project. It's the acceptability of this project, it's not the acceptability of wind development per se that I'm considering.
Mr. Welsh, I'm fully aware of that, and that you, just like the GLVIA, you have a set of criteria or a policy-driven or a set of tests against special qualities of the park or wildland assessments. There are a set of assessments that are the same for every wind farm, and you form your judgment against those criteria. In this case, your criteria change. That's the simple point I'm wishing to make before you form your judgment as to acceptability. And I say that undermines your process.
I don't believe that it does. I think it demonstrates that I'm learning and I'm tailoring it to the specifics of a project on a given site.
Mr. Finlay, I mean, I think I'm not sure if I need to hear that much about what consultants have done and not done in other inquiries. So I'm really keen that you do try to focus on Mr. Welsh's evidence. So if there's any final points you'd like to make in terms of historical sort of evidence and move on from that.
Well, yeah, so with respect, I wasn't referring to what other consultants had done in other inquiries. I was simply, in this case, referring to what Mr. Welsh had done in other inquiries. That was my last question on that point anyway. It's just he expresses significance on his criterion on acceptability, significant store on his judgment on acceptability. And if you're to form a view on that, and it's a matter I'll be referring to in closing submissions, in my submission, you need to form a view or need to understand the factors that he's taking account in reaching his judgment. And if those vary from case to case, you may or may not, that may or may not impact on your judgment. When you're looking at acceptability, you you make it clear in your paragraph 218 on page 10 that it's acceptability in landscape terms. Because you say findings of acceptability in landscape and visual terms will reflect an assessment inherent characteristics. Then in 219, you go on to say, for example, it is evident that existing wind farm development in the area to the north of the site also gives rise to significant adverse landscape and visual effects, but these effects have been determined in the planning balance to be acceptable forms of development. But you're mixing two concepts there, aren't you, between paragraph 218 and 19. 218, you're referring to acceptability in landscape terms, which I can understand. In 219, you're referring to acceptability in overall planning balance terms. They're different, aren't they?
I think I'm simply making the point in 219 that significant adverse landscape and visual effects can be found to be acceptable in a planning balance. That's the sole point I'm making there.
Because if we come back to your 214 on the previous page, you've suggested that the principal basis for disagreement between the parties is acceptability of the findings. I'd suggest to you that the principal disagreement of the parties at this inquiry session is not the acceptability of the findings, about which my witnesses give no view at all, but the extent of impacts.
And that's what I go on to say in the first sentence of 214.
And if I can come to a point that was raised with you in evidence in chief, I think almost the first point, it's not just the identification of significant impacts that's important, it's also the strength to which those impacts are registered. So that if you register a significant impact that's just, and this is just a purely hypothetical example, that's medium, but you assess it to be significant. But Ms. Anderson suggests it's high or major. That is a difference between you, which the decision maker, depending on whether he accepted it as medium or major, might consider to be important. So it's not the identification of the impacts, it's the extent of those impacts which is important.
It is the whole range of factors about those impacts, their geographical extent. It is not as simple as simply whether it's a medium or high significance, but I accept that magnitude is an important consideration.
I'm grateful for that, because your answer in examination in chief may have been misinterpreted otherwise, but I'm grateful for that clarification. Coming back to acceptability, you, in paragraph 224 on page 12, you include a comment from the Limekilns reporters. It was a joint report, report at paragraph 3.143, and you included at the end of that paragraph was, in the last sentence, was their view that nor has that opinion on acceptability influenced our own consideration. Now, you were asked about this at the Clash-Gower inquiry by Mr. Seaton, and he asked you whether, in fact, you hope that your opinion on acceptability would influence Mr. Seaton there and Mr. Bray here, and you answered yes. So presumably that's the same at this inquiry. You would hope that your opinion on acceptability would influence the outcome.
Yes, I would hope that the evidence I've set out in my inquiry report is accepted by the reporter as being an accurate assessment of the likely effects, including their acceptability. I think it would be a strange thing for me to appear at the inquiry if that wasn't the objective of my evidence.
No, Mr. Welsh, you broadened the question out beyond that which I asked it. Of course, you hope that he takes into account your evidence on impacts, assessment of impacts. It's your opinion on acceptability that I'm asking about, solely that. And just, albeit you put in this quotation here and purport to say that you agree with it, as I understand it, in fact, you're asking this reporter to take a different view from those reporters at Limekiln and to take it into account, to let it influence his consideration, as I understand it. Is that correct?
I am not seeking to influence the reporter. I am seeking to give the reporter the benefit of my professional opinion on the effects of this development, and that includes whether I consider those effects to be acceptable or not. And indeed, at Limekiln, in the sentence before the one you've highlighted, the reporters did not consider the credibility or robustness of my assessment was undermined by expressing such a view.
And indeed, I've made it clear to you at the outset of cross-examination, I'm not seeking to undermine your credibility or robustness by expressing a view. It's about whether it should and how it should be taken into account. And I think hopefully that's all I need to ask on that point. At 225, you go on to refer to 4 decisions: Strathy South, Coolakey, which Mr. Bray will know is reasonably adjacent. That was where, I'll come to it in due course, Mr. Bainsfair gave evidence. Caplick, which I think you've referred to, which is in Kate and Ethel Sutherland, I think, and Carn Gorm, which is the one, that was the reference I think I tried to allude to earlier, that you've taken into account. Just so you've provided no particular analysis of those decisions, but again, just so that I understand it, in terms of particularly Coolakey and Caplick, do you accept the approach of the reporters and the ministers in Caplick as expressing helpful indications as to how to approach, amongst other things, wild land and impact on designated landscapes?
I know both of those projects. Coolakey, the development was in wildland, so it's a different set of parameters to those we're dealing with here. Caplick was in an area very highly designated, so I accept that the reporters will have, and ministers will have undertaken a thorough examination of the issues in those cases.
Okay. Now, in so first part of part 1, in your evidence overall, trying to highlight differences between your assessment of impacts and Nature Scots, CMPAs and Highland Councils, there appear to be 3 headings under which one could come to express a difference of approach on analysis. First one I'd suggest is distance. You discount impacts at a greater distance than, for instance, Mr. Dowell does. And I'll come to the detail of that. I'm just simply seeking to identify them. The second is your assessment of sensitivity. And just to give an example, your sensitivities, which are helpfully set out in comparison on table 1223, sometimes differ from Mr. Bainsfair's, they're lower. And the third is impact of other developments, particularly strong leg, but also other distracting factors, where I'd suggest you give more weight to them than Ms. Anderson or Mr. Dahl, and you suggest they give insufficient weight. But are you happy with that broad analysis of identifying 3 areas of difference between you and the witnesses on the other side?
I am. I just take issue with the word discount that you used. That's not how I would have assessed distance. But aside from that, those are 3 areas that there may be differences between us.
Thank you. Now I want to move on to the first of those, and they span both landscape and visual park issues and wildland, all 3 of them. As to distance, as I understand it in this case and in others, you're reluctant to find significant impacts at over 15 kilometres.
I have considered all of the viewpoints in the EIAR in my review 1210. So I'm not sure reluctant is the way I approached it. I looked at all the viewpoints. We assessed what our findings were in relation to them. And from that, I'm able to conclude that the viewpoints at 20K or further are not significant. Distance is a useful measure, but it's not, distance is not the parameter that defines the outcome.
Well, and I'm not going to go through every instance, but Mr. Bray, when he goes through your evidence, can see the extent of times that you refer to distance when in disagreement with Ms. Anderson or Mr. Dahl. But in general terms, as I understand your approach at this inquiry and other inquiries, it's very unusual for you to find a significant impact at over 15 kilometres.
I don't agree with you in that I have found viewpoints at 20 kilometres to be significant. I've assessed offshore wind farms at 43 kilometres to be significant.
Okay. Well, that may speed matters up significantly, because I'm going to just take you to two decisions, just by way of example, and I can do it much more swiftly now. First of all, Kuliki, which is CD 937. This was an inquiry you weren't involved in, but Mr. Bainsfair gave evidence. It involves a wind farm application the other side of the Monolith, but also adjacent to the Beaulieu Denny land, as you said, also in a wildland area, but there was no wildland objection from SNH, as I recall. Is that a fair summary?
That's fair. I am aware of this project, having undertaken a review of it.
Grateful. Then, just for the reporter's note, it deals with wild land at paragraphs 31 to 58. And just so I don't have to come back to it when I'm dealing with wild land, you might just want to pause and look at paragraphs 54 and 55, where the reporter takes a view as to the impact to the Beaulieu Denny overhead line. And one can pick that up in paragraph 54, which is electronic page 11. Uses the initials BDOHL, which make it stand out of the page quite readily. And because the argument in that case, and I'm not going to spend time on it, was that similar to the one that you're running in this case, that the impact of the Beaulieu Denny line reduced the impact to the proposed wind farm, or reduced the significance of the impacts of the proposed wind farm. And the reporters, we can say, see in those paragraphs, didn't agree with that approach that Mr. Bainsfair was there putting forward. We'll come back to wildland in due course. I'm simply asking the reporter to note that at this stage. He goes on to deal with visual amenity at paragraph 59, electronic page 12, and he looks, as quite often is the case, a number of viewpoints. I want to look at viewpoint 83, where he's dealing with what is our viewpoint 1, Mil Fermini, which I'd already referred to in respect to the causality decision. We don't need to go to Mil Fermini, but one can see that it was in the opening sentence of paragraph 83 that it's a Graham with a prominent summit on the west side of Loch Ness, which you'll know well because you've successfully proposed or supported a wind farm in close proximity to it at Blary. And it's 22 kilometres from the nearest turbine. And almost identical to the nearest turbine in Glenshero, where the distance is 21.8 kilometres. And again, I won't go through it in detail, but one can see in that context, Mr. Seaton agreed that there was a significant impact on that viewpoint at that distance. And do you accept that his finding is one that's open to a reasonable decision maker or indeed assessor, that there could be a significant impact of a wind farm at that distance from that viewpoint?
Yes, I accept that the reporter made that assessment. I know the visualization. If I'd known this line of questioning was going to come out, I would have put in the visualizations. The visual effect from Coolaghy from Mealfaverney is very different indeed to the visual impact from Glenshero from that location. One is seen low in the landscape at the head of Loch Ness, midway up the landform. The other, Glenshero, is seen on the summit, substantially concealed behind topography. So very different effects, and that highlights that it's not just about distance. I can accept that at 22 kilometers, a significant effect might feasibly arise. I think it's very much borderline at that range, but it depends on more factors than distance alone.
Well, I'm very grateful. That's a very helpful answer, and I accept that you have to look at the particular factors concerned, even if it's the same viewpoint for the same wind farm. But we'll come back to Mealfaverney in a moment or two. The other decision I want to take you briefly to was Alp Doom, which is CD 955, which was a application in the monoliths where the reporter recommended approval, but ministers rejected it. And it involved impacts on wildland, the park, and visual impacts. And again, it was different because I think it's situated within a wildland area, or at least part of it is, and the access ran through the park. But that's not the reason I want to take you to it. But
sorry to just interrupt. To put the point accurately, I think you need to rehearse the position at the time of which I'm very familiar with, the time of the inquiry when it was not within a wildland area. That happened post-inquiry. We need to be careful about our facts there.
I'm grateful to Mr. Trinick, and I was seeking to make the point it was in a wildland area as a point in Mr. Welsh's, if you like, on Mr. Welsh's side. I'm very happy to have that historical perspective put, and I'm not cross-examining about wildland. I'm just made a reference to wildland to, so again, that can be picked up later. I'm simply looking at the minister's conclusion on distance again, which can be found if one goes down to electronic page 15. In light of your previous answers, we can take this fairly quickly. They start looking at significant effects on areas within the park, and at the bottom of page 14, my apologies, they look at the most western summits of the Cairngorms, and there's reference to Bray Reach, Cairngorm and Ben Macdui. And then top of page 15, they set out the reporter's view, and that effectively they weren't significant, and three factors are included there. The landscape scale is so large, the views are so wide, and the wide panorama is mainly visible from high up and far away. And then towards the bottom of that page, one can see the distances are given to the various viewpoints, three viewpoints, Gore and Dunmore, Bray Reach, and then Ben Macdui being 22 kilometres away. And over the next page, ministers find significant impacts on all three. And perhaps I can, in light of your previous answers, put it this way. Again, that's an example of significant impacts, even in large-scale landscapes with wide panoramic views at a distance. But again, you have to have regard at over 20 kilometres, but you have to regard to the particular circumstances. And to assist you and Mr. Trinick, one of the particular circumstances in that case was that you'd be introducing wind turbines where there weren't wind turbines already.
I accept what you've read there from the report. What I cannot say is what the specifics of the case were in terms of the visual impact at those 3 viewpoints, because I've not reviewed them. So I cannot dispute that. But what I would say is that at distances of 20 kilometers or more, it is very much less likely, in my experience, that a turbine of 135 meters in height will lead to a significant impact. And it's interesting in Nature Scott's response that they too are dismissive or do not consider the viewpoints beyond 20 kilometers necessary for them to consider. So it's not just my opinion. When you get to that sort of distance, a development of this scale occupies a small horizontal part of a view, particularly if it's a 360 experience that you get from a hill summit. So, but I accept there may be specifics of a particular project that lead to a significant effect at that range.
Well, so I'd suggest to you, Mr. Trinick, that's a very helpful answer to one extent, but it exemplifies the difference of approach. You're effectively suggesting that it's unlikely there will be a significant impact at over 20 kilometres or even up to 20 kilometres unless exceptional circumstances apply. I'd suggest to you that it is quite possible for there, in fact, for there to be a significant impact at that distance, and it doesn't need to be an exceptional circumstance. And that is a real difference between the approach of the witnesses on either side of this argument.
I think what you need to do is look at the specifics of the project and form a professional opinion based on the magnitude of change, sensitivity in each specific case. But I do note that my opinion is not that far removed from Nature Scott's in terms of the range at which visual impacts tend to diminish.
I can accept they diminish with distance, but it's the importance of the location. For instance, that you're in a national park, or the viewpoint is that all those are matters that need to be taken into account. Now, so I'm about to move on to the strong leg decision, which will take a little bit of time. This might be a convenient moment for a 5-minute break, if that's convenient to yourself and Mr. Welsh and Mr. Trinick.
I'm certainly happy. Mr. Trinick and Mr. Welsh, do you have any view?
That'll be fine.
Yeah. One point I would make in closing is just ensure the questioning is directly related to the evidence that Mr. Welsh has given, and we don't stray too far away from that, just so that we can make good progress. So I'm going to suggest that we come back at 12:10, and that will allow us a few minutes, and after that we should make progress through to lunch. So we'll come back at 12:10. Okay, just to check to see if all the parties are ready to resume. And Mr. Trinick has appeared. Just check that Mr. Welsh, that was enough time as a witness just to have a short break.
Yes, thank you, sir.
And just before we start, I did ask a question earlier on of Mr. Kelly if he was happy that the inquiry was to proceed, given his absence this morning. And I have received an email which states that he was happy that it proceeded, albeit not ideal. So I just wanted to inform the parties that I'd had a response to a question that I'd asked him. Sorry about that, and I'll hand over again to Mr. Finlay.
Thank you, sir. I wanted now to ask you about the strong leg decision, which is CD 46. And you covered this in part in your evidence in chief. But before I get to the detail of it, can you just confirm that, first of all, Mr. Bainsfair has not analysed the decision anywhere in the environmental impact assessment or in his evidence?
Not that I'm aware of.
And neither has...
I beg your pardon, he does comment on he refers briefly to the mitigation that was undertaken to Strone Leg in his inquiry report.
I'll come to that in his inquiry report, but he hasn't analysed the decision, certainly in terms of the EIA, and neither have you in your evidence. You rely on him. Grateful. If we go to the report at electronic page 6, so that's CD 946 at electronic page 6, you'll see that under landscape, there's a heading, landscape and visual impacts in italics. In the second paragraph under that, it says that ministers note that Highland Council have specified changes they considered should be made to mitigate specific visual impacts which were identified by the council as being of particular concern. We'll come on to look at those in a second. Ministers are of the view that the reduction requested by Highland Council would see the removal of 16 turbines, a repositioning, anemometer mast lowering of a further 10, and repositioning lowering of 1, will mitigate the landscapes to a degree, but that significant landscape and visual impacts will remain. Then they go on to say that the visual impact from beyond the area has been effectively minimised by its siting in an upland basin, so that the views towards the development are largely shielded from most directions by surrounding high ridges and peaks. The zone of theoretical visibility, etc. I'll read that sentence, and then going over the page, in the second paragraph on page 7, ministers consider the reduction in scale has helped to mitigate the visual and landscape impacts and has satisfactorily addressed these impacts to help them bring them to an acceptable level. And I think I'm not going to reference the word acceptable there. That would appear to be in a planning, overall planning balance terms. The wind farm remains a very large development. Some significant visual impacts are inevitable, which reflects one of your points, but considers that those that remain have been effectively minimised where possible, and they do not warrant refusal in the context of considerable benefits which the development will bring. So one can take from that that ministers considered that the reduction in scale that Highland Council had secured or advised them to go along with was necessary to make the development acceptable.
Yes, that's what that's what is stated here in 2014.
And also that ministers were, part of ministers' decision was that this development was in a bowl, and that its siting within that bowl contributed to it being acceptable.
Yes, and notwithstanding that, there would still remain some significant landscape and visual impacts.
And do you not consider it relevant to someone considering the siting and design of an extension to have regard to the approach that ministers took when considering that the development was itself acceptable or not? Wouldn't that have been a most relevant consideration for Mr. Bainsfair to have regard to, but he appears to have had no regard to?
I beg pardon, my monitor just switched off. It's come on again. Do you mean in terms of Mr. Bainsfair's evidence or in terms of the design strategy that was developed for Glenshero?
The design strategy. The design strategy for Glenshero. When you're seeking to design a wind farm, and you made it very clear you weren't instructed to deal with design, apparently at any stage. But when you're designing a wind farm, wouldn't it be a relevant, highly relevant matter to have regard when you're designing an extension to the basis upon which ministers considered that the extension was acceptable, that the wind farm was acceptable?
And the design criteria set out in Mr. Bainsfair's inquiry report and in the landscape and visual impact assessment, I think the first 2 points are relevant in that regard, in that they rely on topography east and west to try and minimize additional visual impact. But there is going to be an additional visual impact if you add an extension onto an existing development.
Yes, but we'll come on to the detail in a moment, but the fact that the development is constrained within a bowl, whichever way you look at it, your development, your extensions are outside that bowl or on the lip of that bowl, would be a factor to at least consider, but he's given no consideration to that in the design.
I'm afraid I don't agree with you. I think the 12 or 14 criteria that are set out do have regard to that. They seek to minimize visual impact on adjoining wildland, on the park, on sensitive receptors, and as with all wind farm development, there is a balance when it comes to designing a project to address various criteria, tensions.
And if we go just, and this wasn't on my list, but I think you were taken to this morning, JW10, just have a look at JW10, which is in your CD 12.3.
I have that.
And just something you could, just looking at strong leg for the moment, I'm just trying to identify the strong leg turbines are in black.
That's correct.
There are some turbines in blue to the right of strong leg, looking at to the east of strong leg, looking at the plan. Are they Cloyk turbines, or
yes,
are they correct?
They're Cloyk.
They're Cloyk. So if one looks at the strong leg turbines, just at the colouring of the plan, albeit with 1 or 2 minor exceptions, they all sit within the lighter colouring, which denotes a slightly lower area. Whereas if you look at the red, just leaving aside Cloyk and Dell for the moment, look at Glenshero, they appear to be primarily, but not wholly, on darker colours, which suggests that they are on the edge of or coming out of the bowl.
They are on the same pale brown as Strone Leg and on the higher ground, which is a darker brown.
Well,
in the same way that consented Dell is.
Look at the Strong Leg is almost invariably on the lighter brown, and Glenshero is, at least in the western array, is significantly on the darker brown, and in the eastern array is in a mixture of both.
Yes, but my point that I made this morning is it was not on lower ground, which the reference to spilling out might infer. That was my point this morning.
Yeah, no, that I wasn't asking about your point this morning. I was just simply trying to clarify that they're outside of the bowl and spilling out. You've taken a very restrictive approach to spilling out, if I may say so. You can spill out of a bowl if you go beyond the bowl. You don't have to be going below it. You could be going above it. You could be still spilling out of the bowl, and we'll come to the to various visualizations in a moment which exemplify that. But I suggest to you that you're clearly spilling out, just even looking at your JW10.
Spilling out, well, it's semantics. Spilling out suggests to me they're dropping out to a lower level. I'm not for 1 minute suggesting that they are not, some of the turbines are not on higher ground, and indeed some of the turbines of Strone Leg are on that higher ground at their fringes too, as is Dell.
Could I then, that we can see ministers have referred to Highland Council's report and the reasons that they found it acceptable, and I want to go to that in a little bit more detail. So could we go to CD 13.4, please? And it's part 1 of that, which is the committee report. And if we go to electronic page 26, we can see, amongst other paragraphs on that page, paragraph 8.107, where the author of the report has identified various viewpoints.
You've lost me. Which bit of 13.4 are we in?
It's document 1, which is the committee.
Thank you.
To report, and has referred to various viewpoints as being of importance, and what they then do is, taking those viewpoints in turn, they refer to the reduction in turbines that occurs from them. So if one on the same page goes to viewpoint 1, which is Carna Litra, which is on the northwest side of Loch Ness, between Drumnadrochit and Inverness, 29 kilometres from the nearest turbine. It then considers what turbines need to be removed and reduced in scale and size to make the impact on that viewpoint acceptable. So I don't want to go into the detail, and the reporter can follow the detail in the attached plans that are there. And I'll go briefly to those plans so you can pick up which turbines are being referred to. But there we see, that's an example of officers referring to the need to make reductions in the number of turbines at Strong Leg to prevent or to reduce the impact at a viewpoint that's 29 kilometres away. And is that a factor that you've considered, and whether indeed have you considered those reductions at that distance?
No, I have assessed a proposed extension to Strone Leg. This was in 2013, we're now in 2020, and for a different set of reasons, we are assessing an extension to an established wind farm. The design criteria sought to minimize the impacts of the extension, and in respect of a great many visual receptors, it's very successful in doing that. But I accept that in 2013, Highland Council sought to minimize the impact of the Strone Leg development. I don't dispute that.
But it goes further, Mr. Welsh, is that the ministers in the report we just looked at considered that those were necessary reductions, the reductions they secured in respect to those impacts to make the scheme acceptable. So
could you just repeat that? You just stated that, I'm sorry.
it's not just Highland Council, it's the ministers, if effectively in the passages I've taken you to, have endorsed Highland Council's approach, which you agreed with. That they've endorsed that approach.
Yes, they have. In 2014, that was their assessment of the application.
And then if we go to just viewpoint 5, taking it, we come back to Neil Ferveney, and again, which we, I think is about 20 kilometres distance. It'll be slightly shorter than it will be from Glenshero, where we know the distance is 21.8, I think. And if one goes down to paragraphs 8.117 to 8.120, even at that distance, in that location, they're suggesting that a number of turbines needed to be lowered and other turbines needed to be removed to make the impact acceptable, or at least in overall terms. So unlike Kulaki, or Kulaki, whichever way one pronounces it, this is in a very similar location where distances, impacts at distances of 20 kilometres from that viewpoint were considered to be important.
I accept that, and you need to look at our viewpoint 1 in the EIAR to see how Glenshero sits relative to Stronleg, to form a view as to the additional measure of significant effect that may arise from a proposal to extend it.
And the concerns expressed at 8.1.8 were turbines being skylined and out of kilter, and that turbines being particularly prominent, and that the there was, as the closing words of paragraph 8.120 say, it will reduce the potential for the wind farm development to dominate the landscape, even at 20 kilometres. And what you're proposing, we'll come to it in due course, is to significantly extend the breadth of development of in the view from Neil Ferveney.
I don't agree with that assessment of the view of viewpoint 1.
And then if we go on to just again to try and make progress, we go to viewpoint 18, Carnlea, and I'm taking you to this viewpoint because it becomes important when one looks at viewpoint 21. Carnlea at viewpoint 18, one can see in paragraph 8.135, sorry, 8.134, a number of turbines, picking up the second sentence, wrap around landforms and spill over ridges and watersheds. This works contrary to the advice outlined in SNH guidance. And the argument that the development is contained within a natural bowl which provides the necessary containment as proposed. The layout advances the line of development over the natural boundaries towards Glenshiro and encroaches unnecessarily and unacceptably over the landscape. And then it sets out the turbines that are to be removed. And there's a long list in paragraph 8.135. And if we can just pause from the report at the moment and turn to the plans, so that's CD 13.4, that's item 6, and the plans section, and then go to segment 10. One can see that this is the original layout, and so that the turbine numbers that were to be removed can be identified from the plan. And I'm not going to go through the process now, doing it would take too long, but one can see that the majority of turbine numbers that are taken out are on the south, to the south of the main bulk of Stronleg. And we'll come to Mr. Charles' plan, which shows that more fully in a moment. But and that's the direction to which Glenshero has extended Stronleg. So it's the turbines that spilled over the ridge that are being removed, and you're replicating those in spades, so to speak, far more significantly. Perhaps to just, we go back to just to look at that, that gives the numbers, the approach to the numbers, and then you go to CD apologies. Yes, CD 13.5. You can see where Mr. Dahl has indicated where the turbines have been taken out from, with the strong leg ones put on the same plan. And they've been taken out from the east side and, as I say, to the south. I suggest to you they've been taken out from the higher land, and that, albeit on slightly different land ownership, but both in the eastern and the western array, that's where you're proposing to site Glenshero. And it's inconsistent with the mitigation secured as outlined in the Highland Council report.
I think it's a little unfair to suggest that we're seeking to put turbines back into the footprints of turbines that have been removed. We're not. We've designed an extension to it and had regard to viewpoint 15. Clearly, there is an increase in visual effect from there, but it has been carefully designed to respect that view. An extension to a wind farm will incur most likely additional visual effects. I don't suggest that the council did not use its best endeavours in 2013 to mitigate the scheme as it was then. Clearly it did, but we're in a different time period now with different pressures.
And then if we go back to the report of handling, and to paragraph 8.138 on electronic page 29, we see we're dealing with the then viewpoint 21. I think there are a number of Gil charms in the world, so one has to be careful about the name. We can see that's located 20 kilometers from the wind farm, and it the visual impacts are indicated to be the same as those experienced at viewpoint 18, which is Carnlear, the one we were just looking at. And then paragraph 8.140 changes sought in relation to VP18, which is Carnlear, are equally as valid for this viewpoint and result in a reduction of the mass of developments and a better adherence to landscape form and character. And that's at 20 kilometers. So that I've concentrated on we are taking you to 4 viewpoints, 3 at over 20 kilometers or over, and there were 4 viewpoints less than 20 kilometers. The 7 viewpoints in total were the ones of concern to Highland Council, where they secured reductions, which led to ministers finding that the overall scheme was acceptable. Whilst that may have been in 5 years ago or 6 years ago, the definition of acceptability or what's the impact on environment hasn't changed in that time, has it? The environment hasn't changed. The wind farm's been built. Bewley-Denny lines come along perhaps, but what else has changed in the environment since then?
Was that a question? What else has changed?
Yes, in this environment, to make something that was unacceptable before, i.e. the strong leg as originally proposed.
I'm advised by David Bell that there is a continuing pressure to find substantial number of sites for onshore wind farms in Scotland. That's what's changed or continues to change. It means that more sites have to be found, and from my perspective, an extension is likely to give rise to lower landscape and visual effects than a standalone development in an area where there are no baseline wind farms.
Well, you see, you seem to be there confusing planning acceptability and acceptability in your limited terms of landscape and visual. I'm asking you what's changed in terms of landscape and visual acceptability between then and now.
We have to find more sites. I am told we have to find more sites for wind energy development. Something has to give. This is a group 3 site in landscape and visual terms. And with the application of a carefully considered set of design parameters, I think a development has been achieved here which minimizes significant adverse effects on its surroundings. And the very fact that we have no adverse effects on settlements, houses, designated footpaths, tourist routes are all advantages of the siting of this proposal.
Well, Mr. Welsh, two questions that follow from that answer. First is that you appear to be taking into account planning factors into what is acceptable in landscape and visual terms. You expressly referred to the need to find more sites. Now, that is a crossover in acceptability, which I suggest to you is undermining your view as to acceptability in landscape and planning terms. Shouldn't be affected by the need or otherwise to find more sites.
I have undertaken an impartial assessment of this development proposal, and I conclude from the basis of my evidence that it's an acceptable development, and in landscape and visual terms alone.
And the second point is you say that it's been carefully considered, but there's no evidence in Mr. Bainsfair's material that he's carefully considered the approach ministers took in permitting the original strong leg. There's no evidence he's considered the impact on the bowl at all.
Well,
in 3 paragraphs in his inquiry report, to which will come, I promise you.
That's where he does acknowledge that. We're going to have difficult decisions to make in landscape and visual terms if we are going to achieve the quantum of onshore wind farm development that is foreseen.
But that's exactly my point, Mr. Welsh. The difficult decisions are for planners, they're not for landscape architects. And they should not be influencing your judgment as to what's acceptable or not in the landscape.
Planning decisions have not influenced my assessment of the acceptability of this proposal in landscape and visual terms, but it provides context to the assessment that we're undertaking.
With respect to you, Mr. Welsh, your last answer is just your previous answers have just undermined that proposition. So, just in case, sir, you hadn't picked it up, I don't think we need to go to it, but THC1 has the strong layer of viewpoints on it so that you can identify where they are to make sense of the inquiry report, but I wasn't intending to go through those in detail during cross-examination.
I see that and I have it in front of me just now anyway.
It should allow you to tie those matters together. No, I've already asked you about JW10. I want to just come to this spilling out of the bulb point. And you make this point at the, set out your stall on strong leg right at the outset of your report at paragraph 1.3, where you say that the proposed development, this is page 3 of CD 12.2, that the proposed development would be experienced in landscape and visual terms from many locations as an extension to the operational strong leg wind farm. Could we go to viewpoint 11? And I'm afraid for my purposes, the references I've given are in the original EIAR, although I know that you've been referring to them in CD 10.12, which is the updated versions, but for current purposes, there's going to be no significant difference. So could we go to CD 1.4, figure 4.18?
Beg your pardon, could you repeat the figure number in CD 1.4?
I haven't given it to you yet. It's viewpoint 11. If we go to 4.18, right, just slightly. I think if we go to 4.18A, we get the wire line. And if we go on to 4.18I, the simple question to you is that from that viewpoint, there's no suggestion that the turbines you see are sitting within or related to those within a bowl.
No, well, that's because you cannot see this drone leg develop from that specific viewpoint. There are, of course, locations where Glenshero is seen in isolation.
Then if you go on to viewpoint 12, and again, if you look at figure 4.19A, sorry, if you look at figure 4.19A, you can see the overall relationship of Glenshero with strong leg. And then go on to 4.19. Apologies, give me a moment. G. Does that not demonstrate the strong leg turbines, which lie to the back of it and to the right, are in a bowl, and that the Glenshero turbines are spilling out of the bowl?
I accept from viewpoint 12, Strone leg is partly concealed behind the hill in the mid-ground there. But I don't believe that it shows it's spilling out from a bowl here. It shows an extension of the wind farm towards the viewpoint, which inevitably means the proposed development is going to appear larger and to the fore from this location.
I'm just putting one last example. That's viewpoint 16. If you go to figure 4.23A, one sees the wire line at the bottom of the page to help orientate you. and you go to, for instance, figure 4.23e, looking particular at the right-hand or eastern array, they definitely appear to be advancing towards you out of the bowl, don't they?
Well, I don't think from this viewpoint you're aware that there is a bowl, because it is over the brow. I accept that Glenshero is seen from this viewpoint where Stronleg is not materially seen. And I've been clear to acknowledge that in my evidence.
And if you look at 4.23L, becomes even more apparent. It's just a higher, that's 75, what you would most approximately see in.
Oh, well, I'm afraid I have to disagree with you there, Mr. Finlay, but that's what you would see. But you'd expect me, I think, to say that that's a 75mm zoom in view. So you're not seeing the context that you see from this location, which is very much broader, which would change how you perceive the effect. I disagree with you, Mr. Welsh. That's zooming in, if you like, on the eastern array, but it's exactly the scale of the eastern array that your eye would appreciate. You would have to bear in mind the context, which is why I took you to 423A first of all, on the wireline, but that's what you would see, and that definitely shows the and then the bowl being spilled out of. Perhaps I should ask you this question, Mr. Welsh. Do you accept that Stronleg does sit within a bowl or not? I would accept that Stronleg sits on a plateau which is contained by a rim of slightly higher ground. When you're actually in Stronleg, it feels pretty flat, but it has a rim of higher ground that contains it on many sides, but not all directions.
Look, can I just ask, Mr. Finlay, you made a statement about 423L, didn't put a point and then moved on, but I think that Mr. Welch wanted to respond to what you said. I assume you'd have a question about that before moving on.
I'm very happy for Mr. Welsh if he wants to respond to 4.23L to do so.
My point would be that L and M are single frame shots taken looking at the eastern part of the development, and they do not, whilst they may portray the scale of the turbines accurately, they do not capture the visual impression someone standing at the location would experience, because they're would get a 360 experience that would put them in a different context to this single frame.
If you're looking at that single frame on site, you'd have that experience before you, but it would assist in giving you the scale of the development that you would see.
It's dangerous looking at these on a screen alone. That's my point.
Well, in that case, Mr. Welsh, there's no dispute between us. It is dangerous just to look at a single photo montage on a screen alone. They are designed, as you well know, Highland Council makes it entirely clear that they're designed to be used on site.
I'm sorry to just interrupt once more, but I know that it's difficult representing two parties, Highland Council and SNH, but I think that the point ought to be put from the perspective of the client taking the opinion here, because SNH have actually considered that eastern array acceptable, as I understand it.
Mr. Trinick, first of all, what SNH have said is that they wouldn't consider objecting if the western array was removed. That's making quite a significant leap to suggesting the eastern array is acceptable. But secondly, the western array is not being removed. It's the combined effect that's important. So I put the question on behalf of both parties quite properly. And it's just an example, as I made clear at the outset, of an example of where this development is spilling out of a bowl. And that's irrespective of either party. I'll come back though, Mr. Welsh. You described Stronleg sitting in a plateau with a rim of higher ground around it in most locations, but not in all directions. Would you not accept that it sits within a bowl, as Scottish ministers determined in their decision letter?
I don't dispute that. If that's how you want to describe it, it's a dished piece of landform. It's a plateau with a rim. It's the bowl just suggests to me more depressed in the middle, and I don't think it is like that. It's much flatter than that suggests. That's all.
Could we leave Stronleg, parties no doubt be happy to hear, and move on to some point on your involvement? You were approached in February 2020, and you carried out an assessment, I think in March, which led to your report in May, which is CD 12.10, which will come
that's
to.
Correct.
Yes,
that's correct.
That was undertaken without a site visit, for obvious reasons, as you've made clear within the document. But that was a review of another's work. It was not a full assessment, was it?
That's correct.
And just to, so that you've populated tables with the landscape areas, character types and viewpoints where you've carried out your review. But if you were carrying out a full assessment, your descriptions would have been much fuller. And we can see that in your subsequent full appraisal of impacts on the park and wildland areas, where you provided much fuller descriptions.
Yes, that's fair. It was a review where we had those descriptions in front of us.
Thank you. And you have still not visited viewpoints 7, 8, and 19. You tell us that in your precognition, which is CD 12.8 at paragraph 2.6, if you want to confirm it. Well,
yes, that's correct. And the reason why I have not inspected those viewpoints is I felt that by visiting similar viewpoints in proximity at a similar range, I gained a sufficient verification or calibration of my assessment.
Well, I think what you tell us is that you discussed those viewpoints with Mr. Bainsfair, and you'd also visited surrogate viewpoints with those viewpoints in mind. Take two matters from that. Those are all viewpoints where Highland Council suggests there are significant impacts. You're relying on Mr. Bainsfair's assessment, and to which you've only applied a critique, and you haven't been to those viewpoints.
I have not been to those specific viewpoints, but as I say, I've got 30 years of professional experience. I looked at surrogate viewpoints, which I have been to, and I formed an opinion as to whether the assessments by Rambol were, in my view, defensible or not, and I found them to be so. I also discussed with a further chartered colleague at Open.
Viewpoint 7 is Guild. Let me just, which is some 17.4 kilometres. that was one of the viewpoints we looked at in Strong Leg, where there was it was the last viewpoint I think we looked at on the Strong Leg report of handling. Viewpoint 8, I'm just take some time to identify that, is so viewpoint 19 lies, viewpoint 8 is Ben Alder, and viewpoint 19 is, I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the Gaelic name of that. It sits to the south, slightly southeast of the site. It's 23 kilometres away, but Ben Alder is 26 kilometres away. What are the substitute locations you use for those 3 viewpoints? Not substitute, but surrogate locations you've used for those 3 viewpoints.
I've opened up JW2 just so I can give you references to look at.
Give me a moment while I turn that up. So we're looking at 7, 8, and 19, and it's the surrogate viewpoints for those.
Yes, I went to viewpoint 18, which is at a higher point in the wildland area, and which gains a very good overview of the, I guess, bowl-shaped piece of landform in wildland area 14, of which viewpoint 7 is a point at a similar range, slightly further west. 18 is also on a fairly direct alignment with viewpoint 19. So 18 is a very good location to have inspected, I consider.
See, well, I'm surprised that you can say that by visiting viewpoint 18, that's a surrogate for those other viewpoints. So they were presumably chosen because they were separate viewpoints that you, for good reason, by Mr. Bainsfair and those representatives of the park, then SNH and Highland Council, who were.
Well, viewpoint 7 isn't in the park, and 18 provides a very good basis from which to form an opinion on calibration, given its comparable distance to 7 and its alignment with 19.
Well, I'm surprised you suggesting that, but Mr. Bray can form his own view on that. Now, you referred to an unnamed other landscape architect from Open. Have they visited those viewpoints, 7, 8, and 19?
No, they have not.
So nobody from Open has visited 7, 8, and 19.
No, that's what I
Mr.
very clear in my inquiry report as to that.
Yeah.
I visited viewpoints 18 and 20 with a landscape architect, but not a landscape architect from Open.
And then, so you heard Mr. Trinick at the outset of the day saying he couldn't cross-examine Mr. Kelly on what someone else found at a viewpoint. So it's very difficult for me to cross-examine you on Mr. Bainsfair's appreciation of impact on viewpoints 7, 8, and 19 for the same reason. You not accept that?
Mr. Kelly is not a chartered landscape architect with 30 years experience in visual impact assessment.
You don't need to be a chartered landscape architect to form a view, proper professional view of visual impact, do you?
I'm afraid I don't agree with you, as you know, Mr. Finlay, on that point.
Well, interesting, I'd suggest to you that a planner is perfectly capable of forming a view on visual impact, not landscape impact, but visual impact. Do you not accept that?
GLBIA is perfectly clear that the person who is best placed to undertake a visual impact assessment on the basis of their training is a landscape architect.
It doesn't rule out planners, does it?
Beg your pardon?
It doesn't rule out planners, does it? From forming?
It doesn't rule out anybody, but it's a professional training is a key part of it, the assessment of visual impact.
And just as you play and aid your experience of in assessing impacts from viewpoints you haven't been, it's quite appropriate for Mr. Dow to have regard to input from the Highland Council's landscape officer, who is professionally qualified, and Mr. Heinsohn and Mr. Moody, as he set out in his report in reaching his view. That's quite an appropriate route for him to take, is it not?
I don't take issue with him for doing that. I simply wonder why the chartered landscape architect is not giving the visual impact evidence, that's all.
You may wonder, and we'll come on to her in a moment or two. Mr. Dahl, no doubt, can answer that question if called upon to do so. Grateful for that.
Mr. Finlay, do you think you're getting the point that would be a useful break for lunch? If you get to a point that you think would be a useful break for lunch, if you can maybe let us know. I'm just noting it is 1 o'clock at the moment. So,
so that indeed would be. I was just looking at that point myself. I think that would be a useful time to break for lunch.
Okay, and if that's the case, I think I've indicated that an hour that we take an hour. All parties happy with the full hour? If anyone is desperate to come back quicker, then we could take those views. But I think we'll stick with the hour, and that would mean that we'd be coming back at 2 o'clock sharp. At 2 o'clock. Okay, we'll see you back then. Please just leave on your videos leave on Zoom, but you can just drop off the video and the mute. Thank you very much. Okay, I think I've noted that everyone has returned back, and that Mr. Finlay looks ready to resume. Just before that, has there been any connectivity or any particular issues from any party as we've been going through this? Any particular technical issues to raise? Everyone quite happy? Everyone's happy, that's good. Okay, well, I'm just going to hand it over to Mr. Finlay. Obviously, for the rest of the afternoon, for the rest of the inquiry, actually, just to make sure that we're focusing on questioning, obviously, so that we can make some good progress. So, Mr. Finlay, over to you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Welsh, I was asking you about Mr. Bainsfair's approach and your involvement with him. And I note in your report when you drafted it, this is CD 12.2, paragraphs 1.11 and 1.18. You needn't turn to them if you don't wish to. You made it clear that there was a sense in the division of labour between yourself and Mr. Bainsfair because he was the best person to deal with siting and design process. But Mr. Bainsfair is not here to give evidence. And as far as I'm aware, there's no particular reason being advanced for that.
I've been advised that he's unavailable.
And I wondered whether it's because of the criticisms you've made of his material in your report and the concerns you had, or the applicant had about his evidence in the light of your criticism.
I cannot offer an opinion on that. I'm simply advised that he's not been able to present the evidence at this inquiry.
If we move to your report at 1.20, you deal with the development of the alternative scheme. And paragraph 1.22, you say that request arises from professional advice that you gave to the applicant. And as I understand it, that was made on site, never included in writing, no notes of it. Is that correct?
That is precisely correct. I took the counsel, instructing solicitor, planning consultant, Mr. Bainsfair, and myself to Glenroy to look at the effects, and we had a discussion there examining viewpoint 4, and I advanced that advice to the applicant. The applicant also attended that site visit, and we discussed it at some length and came to the conclusion that it is something that could be offered to the reporter.
Now, I just want to follow up one matter as a result of that, because there's been confusion, to say the least, about what 4 turbines were being referred to. But in CD 12.11, which is the amended scheme that was produced by Mr. Bainsfair, it's correct that throughout that he's referred to the, not only in the text but in the drawings that accompanied it, in the original version, he referred to the wrong turbines.
Yes, that is correct, which stemmed from a situation where the turbines were numbered differently in a wind farm model. So it doesn't affect how any of the turbines appear in any of the visualizations. It was a technical or almost a clerical error between wind farm files being numbered.
But as I understand it, in the new version of CD 12.11, you've had to produce new figures and new schemes to identify all the turbines correctly.
Yes, there were, for example, there was a plan that had, it's 1212, so it just might help to have this out. So CD 12.11.12 is a plan that had been marked up using the incorrect turbine numbering in its previous version, so it required to be updated. So this figure you've just opened now should show the 4 turbines in a line, and those are the 4 turbines that are proposed for removal. So it was a case that somebody had taken the wrong numbering and marked up the plan incorrectly. And for no fault of your own, they are incorrect in CD 13.5.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and Mr. Dull's trying to catch up with that, because if one goes to the original version of that, instead of the turbines being in a line, they're in a loose rhomboid situation.
That's correct.
What is not clear to me is that how Mr. Bainsfair, what Mr. Bainsfair assessed in CD 12.11, because I can understand how others may have got it wrong, but he has produced these plans showing particularly the rhomboid, but the different turbines. How can we be certain that he's assessed the removal of the correct turbines?
Because we had very clearly stood at viewpoint 4 and discussed which 4 turbines it was that was to be removed. So none of us were in any doubt as to it being the 4 most prominent turbines in viewpoint 4.
But I can accept that. But when he comes to write his report, and he's signed off this report, and he must have looked at the drawings, which clearly show very different turbines being.
Yes, but you don't undertake a visual impact assessment using a plan like that. You would use the visualizations, but you don't generally undertake an assessment by reference to turbine number. It's how they appear in the visualization.
But I understand the visualizations have also had to be changed, haven't they? The wire lines had to be changed.
The wire lines, I asked for the wire lines to be updated because they did not show. It's a freak of the location of viewpoint 4 that 2 turbines sit precisely behind each other. It's turbines 6 and 9 are in perfect alignment from viewpoint 4, and when they were numbered on the revised wire lines, they were simply numbered by the first turbine that you see in the view number 6. So it did not show T9, and I asked for that to be renumbered so you could see both T9 and T6 in the normal convention, whereby they both would have lines to them.
That's all I want to ask about CD 12.11. I've raised my concerns about it. In terms of coming back to paragraph 122, you suggested that there would be further beneficial mitigation to the effects of the wildness qualities to the floor of Glenroy, a concern noted by Nature Scott. Just a small point, do you accept that Nature Scott's concerns don't just relate to the floor of Glenroy, they relate to the sides of Glenroy as well?
I accept it isn't purely tied to the floor, but that certainly seems to be where much of the emphasis in their response is rooted.
Well, just so that no one else is unclear, their concerns are rooted in the floor and the side slopes to Glenroy. You then say the main benefits are found in Glenroy, but it would also make a discernible reduction at some elevated locations. By discernible, do you mean significant? Not in EIA terms, but in general terms.
No, I would use a word. It's a noticeable reduction. I'm not trying to suggest it reduces the significance of any effects in other locations, but it is a noticeable improvement in some views, and you need to look at the comparative wire lines to appreciate that.
Yeah. Now, I note that, and I note that it hasn't changed any of yours or indeed any other parties' categorization of any viewpoint. In terms of paragraph 123, you say that the mitigation is limited, but relatively limited. It's an interesting two words, relatively limited. It's presumably, you considered it worth the applicant going to the expense and the administrative hassle of producing an alternative scheme because of the significance of the impact on Glenroy.
Yes, my advice to the applicant was that removal of these 4 turbines would provide meaningful mitigation to the floor of Glenroy.
And in 1.23, you say the applicant does not consider that it's justified in order to overcome the concerns of Nature Scott. In some occasions in your report, you've made it clear Open's giving a view or you're giving a view. Here you've used the word the applicant. Is it your view or the applicant's view you're referring to in 1.23?
It is the applicant's. My view is that it is beneficial mitigation that could be secured by the removal of those 4 turbines. The applicant takes the view that the scheme that it is promoting through this application is defensible.
But
as do I, just to avoid any confusion there. I consider it defensible, but the removal of 4 turbines mitigates a particular visual or perceptive effect in the floor of Glenroy, which I think would be beneficial.
Do you consider the scheme as acceptable in using your terms without the removal of those 4 turbines?
Yes.
Well, we can make submissions on that. Thank you. Yes. Could I ask you to turn to your CD 12.10, which is your review of your published in May, but only produced more recently. And if we could go to page 4 of the document, which may be electronic page 5, but it has section 3 methodology. And there are some introductory paragraphs, and then one gets to the first bullet point where you set out the differences between methodology between Ramble and yourself. You say the Ramble LVIA defines magnitude of impact criteria and then later refers to magnitude of change ratings. They've been used interchangeably. You then come on to value and susceptibility. And you say the LVIA does not openly attribute value or susceptibility rating as part of the sensitivity assessment. For the reporter's note, I don't think we need to go there. The LVIA deals with susceptibility in chapter 4, that's CD 1.3, chapter 4 at 4.2.30. And in Mr. Bainsfair at technical appendix 4.7 has ascribed a high sensitivity to every location. I don't think we need to go to technical appendix 4.7 because if we have in mind your useful document, which is CD 12.23, which is the comparison between Mr. Bainsfair, yourself, and Mr. Dowell on the viewpoints. We can see that from that document. So 12.23 for Mr. Trinick's benefit, Mr. Bainsfair has sensitivity high at every viewpoint. Mr. Dowell does the same, but you have it varying.
Yes.
So in that regard, in terms of sensitivity, which is one of the issues I outlined earlier as in terms of analysis, one of the matters that divided you between you from Mr. Dahl and Ms. Anderson. Mr. Bainsfair and you disagree as to the sensitivity to be ascribed to some of the viewpoints. Mr. Bainsfair and Mr. agreeing, in fact, with Mr. Dahl.
Yes, I mean, I've carried out a review, and I think by assessing susceptibility separately, in some instances, sensitivity is moderated.
If one looks at, if you go to 12.23 at the moment, if you take, one can see that there's a difference just looking at the first page of that, viewpoints 1 to 4, you found 3 mediums and then a high medium in terms of sensitivities. If you're in viewpoint 4, if your sensitivity had been high and you have a median impact, what would that give you as a result if you apply your approach?
It's not a simple computation. You weigh up the factors. High and medium would most likely lead to a conclusion of a significant effect, but not necessarily always.
I accept that, and you explain that in your appendix 2 to CD 12.10 about how your methodology works. You don't simply apply a table, you have to apply judgment as well.
Yes.
The other occasions where there's a difference in the same type, if you look through on the second page of 12.23 to viewpoint 9, my apologies, not viewpoint 9. Viewpoint further on, if you look at viewpoints 18 and 20, if you had a high sensitivity instead of a high medium, you again would be in the territory where it would be more likely you would reach a significant impact.
Yes, but it's not a simple computation, and you need to look at the wire lines and
no, absolutely. I'm just trying to take one aspect of it to demonstrate where your finding of a lower sensitivity has potentially, and I don't put it any higher than that, made a difference to the ultimate finding of significance of impact.
yes, and susceptibility is where there is a considerable amount of judgment comes into call, because you are assessing susceptibility to the proposed development. It's not just someone's susceptibility because they're out having a walk on a hilltop. It's to the proposed development. So if it's seen alongside an existing wind farm, susceptibility, for example, may be lowered because they're less susceptible to that change in the view.
But that's an interesting comment, because as I understand your methodology, impact of an existing wind farm would be taken into account under magnitude of change. So are you taking into account existence of existing wind farms, both in terms of susceptibility and magnitude of change?
It's I would certainly take account of them in terms of susceptibility or to that form of change in a view.
Because, I mean, that's why I come back to viewpoint 1, Meal Ferveny. That's a viewpoint that in other inquiries, you've also accorded a lower susceptibility and not found significant impacts where reporters have differed. And I'd suggest to you that your finding of, I refer to the Drumbar 2, which we alluded to before lunch. I suggest to you that your finding of lower sensitivity at that viewpoint is not only inconsistent with the other assessors in this case, but inconsistent with what should be found for that viewpoint.
Well, I think if we look at viewpoint 1, Neil Favoni, I'm perfectly satisfied that that's not a significant visual effect.
And then we can agree to disagree about that. If we come back to what you said about Bramble findings, you said that it doesn't accord with the LVIA because they don't openly attribute a value or susceptibility. And that's correct, isn't it? They do neither.
I'm sorry, Ms. Finlay, I missed where you'd gone back to.
Sorry, gone back to page 4 of CD 12.10, where you are in the second bullet point on page 4, where you're saying that the Ramble methodology doesn't openly attribute a value or susceptibility.
Yes.
Now,
Mr. Finney, just one point. You referred in a question to Drumbar 2.
yes.
I wanted to look it up because of what you said. Is that before the inquiry?
Yes, it's Blair Moore, and we.
Oh, Blair Moore, is that what it's
It
called?
is before. I think it is before the inquiry.
Is it before the inquiry? I'm not so sure.
Um,
You're going to refer to it. I want to be sure if it is or not. I'm sure you're right. I just want to be sure.
I can't remember. I was discussing.
I can't check the point unless it is. You see,
I was
I'm not sure it is, to be honest.
perhaps it may not be. I was asking Mr. Welsh from his own recollection whether it is on whether that point is correct or not, because he was involved within it as we've discussed already.
Well, okay, as long as the reporter's aware that's not before the inquiry, that's fine.
I'll move on. See, your criticism here of Ramble is muted. And I put this to you, at the Kashgar inquiry, when Highland Council, in your view, hadn't attributed a value to each viewpoint, you suggested that raised lack of transparency and was indefensible because they didn't adhere to the basics that underpin a credible assessment. And if Mr. Trinick wants a reference to that, it's paragraph 9.95 of your evidence to Kashgar. Surely what Mr. Bainsfair has done is exactly the same here. It's, in your terms, indefensible because he hasn't given the basics that underpin a credible assessment. I don't see how you can be so critical of Highland Council in one instance where they haven't given value, which they disputed, I would say, and where in this instance there's no open attribution of value or susceptibility.
Well,
so muted in your criticism.
I don't think I'm muted in my criticism. This review was not intended to be a critical overview of their work. It was to identify any areas of difference or weakness in the robustness of the assessment, and it's exactly what that paragraph that we've looked at does. It identifies that the GLVIA says those ratings should be recorded.
Well, to use your language from Kashgar, do you accept that the basics that underpin a credible assessment involve openly attributing a value or susceptibility?
It's an important part of the assessment, yes.
No. Do you consider that underpins a credible assessment?
Yes, I do.
Sorry, Mr. Finney, coming again. It's fine to refer me to a paragraph number in a Kashgar inquiry report. It doesn't help the reporter because that inquiry report is not before the inquiry. I really do think we have to stick in your references to documents that the reporter does have before him. It would be helpful.
With respect, Mr. Trinick, I don't wish to introduce a further lengthy document to the inquiry. All I'm simply seeking to put to Mr. Welsh, who will be very familiar with the language he used, that he used different language in a similar situation in another inquiry than to this one. I've made the point, it's a short point. Mr. Welsh hasn't disputed the language he's used, and we can move on. The reporter.
Well, you may be able to move on. Mr. Welsh may be able to move on. I'm not moving on because I want to draw to the reporter's attention that twice now in 5 minutes, you referred to documents not before the inquiry. And I don't think it's good practice to do so, because the reporter can't, if he wants to see what importance he wants to attribute to what you say, he can't refer to them. Simple as that.
Mr. Trinick, and Mr. Finlay, perhaps I can come in here. I think I alluded to it earlier on as well, is that I would prefer that I would ask you that you refer to the evidence that is in Mr. Welsh's inquiry reports. So that I suppose is the point that Mr. Trinick is making. I think I made it earlier on. Also, I did highlight that my greatest interest here is not how or what Mr. Welsh has said in other inquiries. I'm really keen that you test his evidence here as presented. So I wasn't at that inquiry, and it's what has been said in separate inquiries is not the key interest for me. I want to hear your questions on Mr. Welsh's evidence. So if we can just continue on that basis.
Yes, sir, but with respect, if I'm to test Mr. Welsh's evidence and his criticism of another or his approach to another set of evidence, and he is on a methodological question, a very basic approach to methodology, described something entirely differently in a previous inquiry, with respect, that must be relevant to your assessment of his evidence. I'm testing his evidence in this inquiry, and with respect, I'm seeking to do it by reference to a description by Mr. Welsh of an identical situation where he gave evidence a month ago. And if I'm not allowed to give examples of or suggest to Mr. Welsh that he's taken an inconsistent approach between inquiries, then that is an unfair restriction on evidence. It's a matter for you what weight you wish to put on it. But
I think, Mr. Finlay, you're not allowed to do it, but I would refer you to, or I'd ask you to refer to evidence that Mr. Welsh has referred to, or documents that have been submitted as part of the core documents. By not doing that, it makes it difficult for me to refer to and for other parties. So if these documents need to be submitted to make those references and allow the applicant to, perhaps in closing submissions to make some comments, then that will be something for you to consider. But let's keep all the references to documents that are in the core documents list for today, unless we have agreement that will be submitted later.
Again, sir, I note your ruling on that, but in my submission, if the witness doesn't dispute that's what he said, one doesn't need the document. And there's no point in you having a 100-page document for a four-line or five-line paragraph. But if Mr. Trinick feels it's necessary, we will submit that document.
The avoidance of doubt, I don't. I'm sorry, it's easy to align myself to the reporter and become more popular as a result. But let's stick to the documents before the inquiry. There are enough of them.
Okay, Mr. Finlay, over to you.
I'd suggest to you, then, Mr. Welsh, coming back to this point, that your criticism that Mr. I think we've agreed that the separate identity of value and susceptibility underpins a credible assessment. That's correct, isn't it?
I believe that it is essential to identify value and susceptibility, as that is what GLBIA asks us to do.
I'm grateful for that. And that not to do it could be described as indefensible.
Yes.
Thank you. Then there's no need to deal with the document further. If we go to page 5 of that, of CD 12.10, you note another difference between you and Mr. Bainsfair, which is set out in bold, which, if I can summarize, is that for moderate effects, Mr. Bainsfair has said that all are not significant, whereas if you have a moderate effect, you then go through a further process of identifying whether it's significant or not significant.
Yes, it depends where the individual assessor sets their threshold. There is no requirement for it to include moderate effects or for it to exclude them.
So my apologies, I need to come back to susceptibility for one comment. If you go to the, so that it's a coherent note, and I've already reached that in part. If you go to the top of page 7 of the same document, CD 12.10, in your general comments, at the end of the first paragraph on that document, you say that you think the LVIA assessment is especially cautious in attributing high sensitivity to every viewpoint.
Yes, I do.
There's no suggestion in Mr. Bainsfair's evidence that he's taken a cautious approach, is there?
No acceptance by him of that criticism, but I still maintain that not all those 22 viewpoints are high sensitivity.
We can agree to disagree about that. If we come back to page 5, you've, having identified a difference between you and Mr. Bainsfair about significance, on the same page, you refer to a criticism that the cumulative scenarios, this is the last hollow bullet point on the page, don't appear to be described in detail. And over the page following up on cumulative scenarios, you say that the Ramboll methodology states that the LVI assesses in combination effects. And you say you've not been able to identify that and suggest some clarification is sought on the matter. Have you sought such clarification, and has it been identified to you where the LVIA does that?
The LVIA does not carry out an in combination or a combined assessment.
Thank you. And then over the page, back to page 7, on the first bullet point on page 7, do I understand and we can all read it if necessary, that your difference here from you and Mr. Ramboll and Mr. Bainsfair, my apologies, is that he's assessed magnitude of change at negligible in a certain number of cases where you think, in fact, it's not that low?
Yes, that's a minor difference of opinion in terms of how you categorize the smallest effects.
And then on top of page 8, you refer to the fact that Mr. Bainsfair's character assessment was carried out by reference to an out-of-date landscape character assessment. And you say at the end of the paragraph there, Open is unaware whether Ramboll reached a particular agreement with SNH about that. As far as I'm aware, SNH reached no agreement with Mr. Bainsfair about that. Do you have any further information to suggest that that may be the case?
No.
Thank you. So, and then if you go on to page 10 of the report, you list a number of presentational matters which are set out in your table 1 on pages 11 and 12. And do I understand correctly that those are the matters that have been I seem to, that have been, that those matters have been corrected in CD 10.12.
Yes, that's correct.
And you're satisfied that all those matters have been picked up in CD 10.12?
To the best of my knowledge, they have been.
And just if we go to that, it's just a minor point, but if one goes to CD 1224 at the moment, which was your errata sheet, two points in that. If you have CD 1224 in front of you, see in paragraph 2, 5th line, the reference to CD 12.10, should that be 10.12?
It should, thank you.
And again, I think the same mistake in 4A, 3rd line, that should be 10.12.
Yes, it's the cumulative update. Thank you.
And just when one looks at those cumulative updates, one sees there's nothing in the text which accompanied them to indicate that those changes had been made. Is that correct?
Yes, because this was a review that was not published. My review was not published until the inquiry.
Yes, so, but there's nothing in CD 10.12 rather than 12.10. There's nothing in CD 10.12 to suggest that those matters have been.
No, I don't believe there is.
But if one is to refer to visualizations as a result of those changes, and this is the point I'm coming to, it's important, albeit I haven't been doing it, that the better visualizations are those in CD 10.12 than those originally submitted with the environmental impact assessment.
I would say yes, better in that some of the points we picked up in this review were highly pedantic, like clouds appearing in one panorama and not another, i.e. different baseline photography was used or was extracted from a wider panorama. Those matters have been ironed out. There was nothing fundamentally wrong with the illustrations in the EIAR. It was more matters of presentation, I would say.
If we can go back then to CD 12.10, which is your review, and go to Annex 1, which probably begins on electronic page 14 or 15. And these are your tables. And if you go on to page 5 in that annex, I'm looking for table 4, which deals with the Cairngorms National Park.
Yes, I have that.
And one can see there that you set out that in your open review in the 4th line in your commentary that the supplementary information has incorrectly described the special qualities as landscape characteristics. And it's correct that we'll come on to the park shortly, but special qualities are not just landscape characteristics, they're involve perceptual matters as well.
Yes, they're both. Yeah.
And you voice your criticisms of there. I don't think you need to do it further with that. If you turn on to page 8 of that, 5, you'll see under Corriere Pass, you say it requires detailed sequential assessment. Has that been done?
No, I do not believe that it has.
So that's still outstanding, is it?
Well, it's something that we said would help to illustrate or assess the effects on the Corriere Pass. It does not form part of the EIAR.
So you can put 1210 away, and if we come back to report your main evidence at CD 12.2. Can I ask you to turn to paragraph 3.3? And 3.2, well, 3.2 and 3.3. In the light of the various criticisms that we've looked at, the assessment of landscape effects that you've carried out is surely significantly different from the LVIA, because you've pointed out some fairly fundamental concerns that you have about the LVIA.
It depends at what level you draw those conclusions. The LVIA found no significant effect overall on wildland and no significant effect overall on the park. My assessment has reached a similar conclusion. What I have done is been able to tell the inquiry where and to what extent I think parts of the park, in this case, would be subject to significant effects on their special qualities. But I have my conclusion accords with Ramboll's in that we both find no significant effect on the integrity or overall CMP.
Well, we can agree to differ about that. Can we then, everyone will be glad to hear that's the end of the first part of cross-examination. I want to move on to particular landscape and visual matters now. And could I ask to begin with, you take your precognition on that, although it's described as an inquiry report, at CD 12.8. I'm just seeing, and to some extent we're helped by 12.29, which I'll come to, but if we go to paragraph 1.3, you tell us you adopt the Glenshero EIAR subject to your qualifications and alternative findings in CD 12.10 and CD 12.2. Respective of your answer to my last question, there are some fairly significant qualifications, are there not? You seem to have lost the word.
Yeah, he's gone for some reason. I don't know what's happened.
I'm sure our IT colleagues will be looking at that. Perhaps, I mean, would you be happy to have a short pause just now while I talk to Graham and see if we can get Mr. Welch back on? He doesn't seem to be appearing readily.
That would seem, I'm in your hands, so.
I think if just allow a short pause, and we'll be back at 10 to 3. That will allow a few minutes just to allow me to talk to our IT colleagues just to see if there's anything temporary or permanent with regard to what's happening. So 10 to, we'll be back then.
You've frightened James so much he's gone home.
I'm sure he's had worse before.
Ah, he's back. He heard me.
Mr. Welsh, it appears that you're back on our screen, and I'm informed I think it might well be your bandwidth at your end and that may have caused the problem. But since you're back, I think we should just continue where we left off. If Mr. Finlay is happy to carry on.
Yes, sir, thank you. Glad to see you again, Mr. Welsh.
Thank you, too.
Right. I was asking about CD about paragraph 1.3 in your precognition CD 12.8. And I made the point that whatever your view of Mr. Bainsfair's evidence, your qualifications are fairly significant. i.e. where you say in the second line of paragraph 1.3, subject to the qualifications. You've made some fairly significant qualifications.
They are significant in that I felt it necessary to undertake a separate assessment of the special qualities of the park and of Wildland Area 19. But in the end analysis, we do reach the same ultimate conclusion about the effects on those designations, wildland overall.
Yes, thank you. Now, if you can go to CD briefly, CD 1229, which is your note to Mr. Trinick, which was introduced this morning.
Yes.
And in the box under Mr. Bainsfair's evidence, the parts not adopted by you, if we go down to the fourth entry, which is 3.2.11 to 3.2.18, you'll say you've undertaken my own assessment of visual effects in CD 12.10. We agreed earlier that in fact what you did in CD 12.10 was undertake a review. You haven't actually undertaken a full assessment of visual effects, have you?
Well, as I said in my inquiry report, I've since been to the majority of those viewpoints, and I have satisfied myself that the assessment we undertook in 1210 was defensible, or in the case of viewpoint 4, I changed it. So if by going to those viewpoints in the field and looking at them with the wirelines, that doesn't count as an assessment, I don't know what does. I've adopted the EIAR, so I maintain the descriptive elements of that, but I've drawn my own conclusions on the effects.
Mr. Welsh, a full assessment would have you, as you've done for wildland and the park, set out your thoughts in significant greater detail than you did in CD 12.10, and you accepted that earlier, that CD 12.10 is simply a review, and that you have not, I put it to you again, that you have not actually presented the inquiry with a full assessment of the visual impact.
I have not presented a second environmental impact assessment. I have presented an inquiry report based on field work, in which I am happy to stand by the desktop assessments we made in February, subject to any changes I have made as a result of field work.
If you could take Mr. Bainsfair's report briefly, which is CD 12.1. And ask you just to have regard to it's page 5, from the electronic page 5, paragraphs 1.3.9 to 1.3.11. He's set out the views of the Highland Council's landscape officer, who he's given the acronym of CLO to. And he goes on to discuss that in the report, and he makes it clear he disagrees with that. Almost hesitate to mention this in case Mr. Trinick objects, but that's the same landscape officer that you recently have noted as in another inquiry as being an officer whose views are worthy of weight. Do you accept that her views are worthy of weight in this inquiry?
She is a chartered landscape architect, and as such, I respect her professional opinion. Doesn't mean I agree with it.
No, but is it worthy of weight? That's what I said.
It's worthy of some weight, of course it is, as is the other evidence before this inquiry.
Thank you. That's all I wish to ask about that. In terms of the Highland Council's supplementary guidance and the various criterion within it, that's dealt with by Mr. Bainsfair in the EIAR. I don't think we need to turn to it. So just for your note, it's Technical Appendix 4.8 and CD 1.5. But as far as I can see, neither Mr. Bainsfair in his evidence as such, and certainly not in your evidence, have you carried out any further analysis on that guidance?
No, I'm happy to rest on Technical Appendix 4.8.
Grateful, that's helpful. Then I can make my comment on that, and Mr. Dahl has made his comments. If we could come back to the issue of strong leg, and by reference to Mr. Bainsfair's evidence, and I said I'd come back to it, you've made it clear that you rely on his position in respect of the mitigation at strong leg, and he deals with that at page 14 of his evidence, paragraphs 2.5.3 to 2.5.5. And he quotes the charge at 2.5.4 by the council that the proposed development would undo previously secured mitigation. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if one looks over the page to whether he doesn't actually provide an answer to that. He suggests that there will be some extension of effects, and then goes on to refer to a number of equally valid benefits. But he doesn't, in fact, reach a view one way or other as to whether it would undo previously secured mitigation, does he?
No, he does not specifically address that point further.
No, and you rely on his evidence in that regard. So there's no evidence from either you or Mr. Bainsfair as to whether or not this proposal has undone previously secured mitigation.
He is not, and I have not put it in those specific terms.
And just to put it clear, in your precognition, which is, or report CD 12.8, you make it clear that paragraphs 2.3 and 3.3 that you rely upon Mr. Bainsfair's evidence in this regard. You don't give any separate evidence.
No, I don't.
Okay. I can comment on that in closing. If you come back to Mr. Bainsfair's report, you haven't adopted his commentary on visual amenity from 3.2.11 to 3.2.17. And you tell us that that's because you've carried out your own assessment. But this is not Mr. Bainsfair's assessment. This is his commentary and his response, amongst others, to the council's landscape officer. But just to make it absolutely clear, you're not relying on this evidence, and as far as you're aware, the applicant isn't relying on that evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I don't need to ask Mr. Dowell about it. I'm grateful, that's very helpful. In terms of SLAs, as I understand it, you're relying on Mr. Bainsfair's analysis of impact on special landscape areas because you provide no significant further analysis.
Well, I provided an assessment in the review that I undertook, and
apologies, I didn't mean to cut you off.
1210.
Yes, no, in 1210 you provided a review of his assessment. You have not provided your own assessment, have you?
I have not provided a separate EIAR dealing with SLAs, but I have undertaken a review of the EIAR and verified the findings in CD 1210.
Just so the reporters are aware, that's in Annex 1 at page 6.
That's correct.
And one can see the extent of the additional information that you provided in respect of wildland areas is minimal. So,
in terms of wild-land areas, I've...
Sorry, not wildland areas, I meant special SLAs.
SLAs, we've carried out a review of the EIAR and have since been to many of the viewpoint locations within the SLAs. And I'm satisfied that the assessment of no significant effects there is correct. Furthermore, the council confirms there's no impact on the integrity of the designations.
No, the dispute between the parties is the council has consistently maintained no impact on the integrity. The council, there is a dispute as to the extent of significant impacts on the special landscape area. And my point of asking you the question that I had was that you provide no further information on that than Mr. Bainsfair has.
Or the LVIA.
Yeah, or the LVIA, yes. Last point I was going to ask you about, and see if I can take this in a compendious fashion. Mr. Dowell has identified various locations, various viewpoints in his evidence where the turbines breach the skyline. Glenshero turbines breach the skyline. I think they're viewpoints 4, 10, 11, 12, 14, 17, and 21. Do you take, I haven't heard you take issue with that. Do you accept that there is skylining effect at each of those viewpoints?
There is certainly skylining effects in some locations. It is a characteristic that is common to most wind farms from depending where you're standing relative to the wind farm. It's a difficult one, this, because SNH considers skylines to be sensitive, but then we also have to deal with situations like Kulaki, where the scheme of Mille Favoni, he didn't like it because they were backclothed. So you're caught between a rock and a hard place when it comes to how best to view turbines.
My sympathies between your rock and a hard place, Mr. Welsh. That's all I needed to ask you on landscape and visual matters. So I'm now going to move on to the park, but it might be a convenient moment to have an afternoon.
Just before you do, I'm just concerned about one thing. In saying, does Mr. Welsh deal with skyline issues beyond the EIAR and Mr. Bainsfair? If that's just a question of fact, well, you have your answer. But if you're saying that he therefore doesn't dispute that this matters in terms of the evidence, that's another matter. So if you're going to, I would hope you're not going as far as the second stage there.
No, I haven't suggested that, and I didn't understand myself to be suggesting that, and I didn't understand Mr. Welsh to put it that way.
Okay, fine.
All I'd put to Mr. Welsh in the last case was some evidence from Mr. Dowell on skylining, and although Mr. Welsh didn't deal with the answer specifically, frankly, I'm content with the way he answered the question, and hopefully that's sufficient for the reporter's purposes, and we could move on, and Mr. Dowell can be cross-examined if necessary on.
Okay, thank you for that.
I suggest a break if that.
I think if no one has any objection, I would suggest a break. Mr. Welch, you put your hand up.
Struggling to hear you, sir.
Oh, sorry, I'll just try and increase the volume, speak a bit louder. We'll take a break, and we'll look to come back at 3:20. Mr. Finlay, does 3:20 sound reasonable to you in terms of what you have?
Yes, yes, I would 3:20. I would hope I've got a fighting chance of finishing by 4 o'clock if we are back by 3:20, and I'll do my best to do so.
Okay, so 3:20 sharp. Okay, it looks as if we're ready to start again. I'm just wondering if it's possible that we might be able to complete Mr. Welch's evidence this afternoon in terms of further questions from myself, Mr. Gordon, and any re-examination. Mr. Finlay has committed to finish up his questions probably around 4 o'clock by what he said, and I'd just like to get Mr. Trinick's view on completing Mr. Welch's evidence this afternoon. Mr. Trinick.
I won't add more than another 5 minutes.
So it looks as if Mr. Finlay keeps to his promise, we may be able to allow Mr. Welch to be relieved tonight. So with that, I'll hand back over to Mr.
I don't know about Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Gordon, my apologies, but you had expressed a view that you might not say anything, and it would only be.
Yeah, I have no questions.
Okay, that's in line with what you informed us this morning before the inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Mr. Finlay, I'll let you continue.
Thank you, sir. I will attempt to adhere to my promise, but it takes two to tango, so it will be a joint effort between myself and Mr. Welsh. But we will have the 4 o'clock finishing line in sight anyway. Mr. Welsh, we're moving on to the park now, and I made it clear during Mr. Trinick's examination in chief that there's limited dispute about, well, no dispute between the parties as to the various identification of sub-areas by which to assess impacts. But I do want to ask you a little bit about the guidance. And so if we can turn to CD 530, please, which is draft guidance, but it's what you've both been following. And page 1, paragraph 3, just makes the point that the SLQ assessment can be done by either an experienced landscape or planning professional. No issue about that in this case, I don't think. Paragraph 6 makes it clear that special landscape quality impact assessment should be carried out regardless of whether the proposal is within or outside the boundary of the designated landscape area. And an assessment of impacts in SLQs is highly likely to be required where a proposal falls wholly or partly within an SANP or where beyond the boundary significant effects in the SLQs are likely. This document doesn't talk about direct or indirect effects. You can still have a direct effect in an SLQ even though it's not physical, can't you?
Oh, it depends how you interpret direct. By direct, I mean that the development cannot become a physical component of one of the special qualities. So if the quality is linked to rivers or surrounding hills, the development cannot be in those surrounding hills if it's not in the park. But I accept it might affect a perception of that quality. So that's what I mean by indirect. It's not altering the elements that make up that SLQ.
Absolutely, because the SLQs are based on what's in the park, but as paragraph 6 makes it clear that a proposal outside the boundary can have a direct impact on an SLQ, albeit it would be an experiential impact.
Or perceptual impact.
Or perceptual impact. I think as we've agreed it already, the impacts are not just visual, they're impacts on experience as well. And that's why I used the word experiential. That's what the Statement of Agreed Matters records at paragraph 316. It's visual and effect on experience.
Yes.
So that's paragraph 316 of CD 18.2.
Oh, if I can just add one thing in relation to experience, because it depends to some extent how far you take it. So I don't agree with the school of thought that says if you can't see the development, it can affect your experience of the special qualities. I just want to make that point absolutely clear.
We'll ask Ms. Anderson her view on that. I don't think I will respond to that directly at this stage. If you go to 6, sorry, let's just continue. My apologies. We'll deal with CD 5.30. Paragraph 8 tells us what the purpose of the narrative is to do when drawing conclusions. It's to make judgment on experiential and perceptual qualities. And then paragraph 11, SLQs are perceptual qualities and are about how the way people respond to place. So to that extent, they're different from just visual impact, aren't they?
It is that they are about how you perceive a place, which may well be, I mean, the reason this approach set out in this document recommends you look at the underlying landscape character, and it's how you perceive landscape character as a place.
I think that's all I wanted from CD 530. If we go to your main report, which is CD 12.2, and at paragraph 6.7, in the second sentence, you purport to identify the principal concern of CNPA and Nature Scott, and you say it's the degree of visibility of the proposed development within the CMP. And I suggest to you that displays an inaccurate emphasis, both inaccurate in terms of CMP's and Nature Scott's approach, but also the proper approach to special qualities. It's not about visibility, although that's an element of it, and potentially an important element. It's about the special landscape qualities go much wider than simply visibility. And that's not justified when you look at CMPA and Nature Scott's responses.
I would say there that I'm talking about the degree of visibility of the proposed development. I'm not saying the special qualities are visible. I'm saying it's how visibility of the development from within the national park affects the perception of its special qualities.
So what I'm putting to you is that that's not the principal concern of CMP and Nature Scott. The principal concern of CMP and Nature Scott is its impact on the special qualities. It's not about visibility per se, one way or the other. You've misunderstood the essence of their concern, is what I'm putting.
If the development cannot be seen, then I question whether Nature Scott would have an objection.
But that's avoiding the point, Mr. Welsh. I haven't suggested to you that whether it can or cannot be seen is irrelevant. What I'm suggesting to you is that the extent of visibility is not at the heart of their concern. Their principal concern is, if you like, given the visibility, it's the impact on the special qualities.
I mean, I think that's very much what I say in that sentence, and its influence on the special qualities of the park.
Oh.
I personally can't see the difference.
Well, the suggestion I put to Mr. Welsh is that it's not just about visual impact, it's about perceptual or experiential impact.
Well, that can be perfectly well covered by the word influence.
Well, if that's the way it's meant to read, then there's no dispute.
I mean, I think at length in here, I talk about perception of special qualities. I don't think there is anything between us, but I would certainly influence means it would cover perceptual, visual.
See, it's a question of importance, and I suggest to you that if when the reporter looks through your detailed commentary, which I'm not going through myself in detail, you will see the emphasis that you put on where you can and cannot see things, and the extent of visibility, rather than the emphasis being on perceptual qualities and experiential qualities, and for instance, issues such as wildness within the park. I've flagged that up.
I would say that I do think that visibility of the development has to occur for effects on the perception or experience of special qualities to be affected. And if my view differs from Miss Anderson's in that regard, then so be it. But I do consider it has to be seen to have an effect.
Mr. Welsh, I haven't suggested to you that visibility is not important. I've just suggested to you that you concentrated unduly on visibility and left aside the issue of perception or experiential qualities. Perhaps we can agree to disagree about that, and the reporter will form his own conclusions. If we go on in your report to 611, you've referred to various wind farms on the edge of CMP's boundary, all of which have been permitted. And just so, obviously, and I think you've been at pains to make it clear, you have to look at the particular circumstances of each wind farm before you can draw conclusions from it. And in the those wind farms, certainly the first four, all the turbines were of the order of 100 metres or so, and it's only at Dornell, Tonlan and Strong-Leg that they've got gone up to 125, and Strong-Leg 135 metres.
Yes, I agree. It's been a progressive increase.
And at 612, you then look at the precedent, and you make the point that CMP has objected to 2 of those, and you say this is towards the end of 612, and you say that that provides helpful findings which judgments on effects can be calibrated. Now, you haven't included in your list 2 objections by CMPA where their objections were upheld. And I'm referring now to Altdoon and Glenkirk, and presumably they are also provide helpful findings upon which judgments could be calibrated.
Indeed.
Have you left them out of account because you haven't referred to them?
No, I have very little knowledge, detailed knowledge about Altdoon, whereas the ones that I have identified there, I'm obviously familiar with. Glenkirk, I'm very familiar with. That was an omission not to mention it. That was at a conjoined inquiry with Tomlin Clack where I gave evidence.
Yes, but see, the way it appears to the park, and it may not appear to the reporter this way, that if one reads this, it would appear that the park has objected to 2 wind farms and had its objections rejected in both instances, whereas in fact, in terms of its objection, it appeared to have objected to 4 wind farms, been upheld on 2 and lost 2. That's the track record, isn't it?
I accept that.
And so just for your note, Glenkirk, as Mr. Welsh said, was indeed a conjoined inquiry with Tomlin Clack. And that the decision letter at that is at 9:54 of the bundle, and the report minister's decision is at 9:53. I don't think we need to go there. Just to make it clear that the park did not object to Tomlin Clack, did it?
No, it did not.
The 2 that the park objected to were Dornell and Strong-Leg.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I'm also not aware of whether it objected to some of those earlier ones. I do not know. Such as
I don't understand that it did, but I stand to be corrected on that. If we go on to 616 in your report, it's a separate point. There's a dispute. Perhaps 615 is a better place to pick it up. You've highlighted part of the CMP's response where it says general vehicular access along the Strath floor from Lagan up to Garver Moor. And you've said that there's no visibility along the Strath floor. It may be that the dispute is about what is meant by Strath floor by SNH. But if you're looking at the road from Lagan to Garver Moor, I'd suggest to you that there is visibility. Whether or not you say it technically is in the Strath floor or not. And that appears from JW24 amongst other places. That's your ZTV.
Thank you. I will just check that.
I think probably the porter went there on his site visit, but Miss Anderson has rechecked it, and she will give evidence that there's clear visibility from parts of that road. And so I suggest to you that it's not erroneous to have suggested what SNH did suggest.
I mean, I've just opened JW18 and I can clearly see the road from Lagan has no visibility for a substantial length of its route.
Well, that's not the point you're making in 616. You've said no visibility at all. I'd suggest to you it's not erroneous to say what SNH have suggested, and that there are sections along that road, particularly I think one which, having risen slightly, you come down towards Garver Moor, where there will be clear visibility.
Well, a substantial part of that section of the road between that's in ZTV leading up to viewpoint 10 is through forestry.
Are you prepared to withdraw the word erroneous and your suggestion that no visibility arises on any roads in the CNP or not?
I would say I would be happy to say negligible visibility.
Suggest you're wrong even at that, Mr. Welsh, but I'm happy to leave that for the reporter to judge.
And I would stand by the assessment of no communities.
I don't think anyone suggested there have been communities. It's the vehicular access used by the community that you highlighted.
It just says in the first line of that quote, the area is experienced by a variety of users and communities.
Well, it's experienced. It's not suggesting it's visible from the community itself, but I will move on unless you wish to continue that point, mindful of my promise. 622. You come back at 621 to the suggested erroneous statement, but at 622, you refer to Garver Bridge being outside the CMP boundary by several hundred metres. It's accepted that viewpoint 10 is just outside the CMP boundary by a few hundred yards. In fact, the boundary marker is the other side of Garver Bridge, as I recall. The boundary between the park and the influence felt by users of the park is going to be felt by them whether they're coming and going along that route. They'll be either arriving at the park or leaving from the park, won't they?
Yes, I accept that Garver Bridge is a point of entry into the park or a point of exit, but it was a particular point I felt needed to be made, that viewpoint 10 is not in the park.
Well, we can agree on that, but we obviously disagree about your SNH's erroneous statement. At 623, you accuse SNH, I think it's SNH here, or CMP of being disingenuous. And if we look at 623, what you what they've suggested in the second sentence of your quotation is the proposed wind farm will introduce man-made features large in scale and vertical in form into an exposed upland landscape setting where there's been no previous intervention. And you suggest that that's disingenuous because the OHL crosses and is routed through the glen. But at that location, the OHL is not in an upland setting, is it? The OHL is in the glen, as you said.
It's in an upland glen.
Well, the upland landscape, I'd suggest to you that SNH are referring to there is not the glen. It's the hills above the glen, and it's not disingenuous at all. And I'd invite you to withdraw that word.
Well, I read that slightly differently, and you don't. Glenshero maybe is it of itself an upland glen, at which the hills on which the development would be seen on form an upper edge to it, but it's I think it's disingenuous to suggest that the view that you get in that area or the appreciation of that glen has no intervention.
I'm not suggesting
it's a very human influenced landscape, I would say.
I don't think it's my point to you. I don't think SNH are suggesting that. What they're suggesting is that there's no human intervention at the upper levels. They're not suggesting there's no human intervention in the Strath, because after all, you are on a road.
Well, I'm happy to accept that, as long as it's not suggested that there's no intervention in that glen.
Well, hopefully, I think you've read in the cold light of day, that's not what is being suggested, but hopefully we can move on. If we get to your 631, you've looked at you've listed the representative viewpoints within the park there. Is there any reason that you haven't included 19 or 9 or 6?
I haven't, because those aren't viewpoints that I've been to. These are the viewpoints that I've been to inform my assessment.
So you haven't been to, so the reporter can record that you haven't been to 6, 9 or 19 to assess the impacts on the park. You'd be very careful about 6, because I'd be very surprised if you haven't been to 6. And I thought you had been to 9.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to open a figure. I have been to 9 and 20. I have not been to 6.
So I thought it was only 7, 8 and 19 you haven't been to, but you haven't been to 6 either.
No, I have not.
That's a, well, I can note that. Is it when you limited earlier, I think in your recognition, I took you to the point where you indicated the viewpoints you hadn't been to, but 6 should be added to that list.
I think that list is not, yes, I don't think I was referring specifically to that part of the park in that list. I've not been to 6, which is reflective of a very, very tiny piece of visibility in the park.
Well,
I've been to 12 on 3 occasions.
And you have been to 9, have you?
Yes.
But not 19.
Not 19. I've been to 18, 20, 9. And I've also run a lot of additional wire lines to test some of the other patches of visibility that aren't subject to viewpoints.
I understand that, Mr. Welsh. In respect of those additional wirelines, there is no consultation with SNH or CMPA about which other viewpoints might be of interest to run wirelines from, was there?
No, I was undertaking an assessment of special qualities, and I found that a helpful thing to include.
If we move on in your report to 634, you make a point that there's no significant effect in your view of 38 other special qualities. You would accept, though, that it's not just a question of counting the numbers of special qualities, and many special qualities are interrelated.
I would accept that.
Thank you.
But it is a factual point that there are 42 qualities and only a small number is affected.
And at 635, you again emphasize the man-made influences that exist. And I've already made my point. That's a difference between you and those opposing you as to the extent to which you discount impacts of various sorts because of those influences. But
I don't discount impacts, but when I'm assessing the magnitude of change, if at a location the special qualities are perceived in the context of these developed or human uses, that affects the judgment of change. To ignore them is to miss out a key influencing element, I would say. You can't ignore them.
no, but Mr. Welsh, nobody's ignored them, and that's the wrong contrast to make. It's an unfair contrast. Miss Anderson hasn't ignored them. She just placed less weight on them than you have. It's very clear she hasn't ignored them. And that's not what I was suggesting to you, that the contrary.
But you said I've discounted my assessment.
No, yes, not completely, but your assessment has placed greater weight, whichever words you like to use, your assessment has placed greater weight on the impact of those human influences than Miss Anderson's has. That's a contrast between the two of you, but the reporter, when he's reviewing the evidence, will have to decide which one he thinks is discounted more appropriately. I'm trying to make it as neutral as possible in that regard, so we can move on. But the other point you make in that paragraph is in the last sentence, that the level of change is embedded in the two special qualities which were affected, which being the strong juxtaposition of contrasting landscapes and inhabited strath. So the point I'd make to you is that the considerable human influences in many places are in the inhabited strath, not in the contrasting landscapes, and particularly when you would look up, for instance, on viewpoint 10, which is just outside the park, or but from the inhabited strath, when you're taking into account the inhabited strath and the contrasting landscape above, there is no human influence in several locations at the moment where strong leg is out of sight. And the Glenshero will provide that an impact on the strong juxtaposition of the contrasting empty landscape without human influence and the strath with its human influence.
It will in some instances, but for example, viewpoint 20 up in high up in the Southern Hills, there you appreciate a wide juxtaposition of contrasting landscapes, and the wind farm will be perceived as one further element of contrast in that outlook.
Well, we can agree to disagree about that. 637, you refer to distances. This is in your area to the east of the A90 of more than 15 to 25 kilometres. And we can see the point you're making there. And over at 638, I want to ask you about this in a little detail. could we have viewpoint 9? And I think that is figure, so it's, I'm working from CD 1.4, figure 4.16. And if we go to 4.16, right, 16, (4.16a), I suggest to you that Glenshero is not tucked into the edge of the monoliths, as you suggest. Doesn't appear like that from either viewpoint 9 or viewpoint 20.
Well, I think that would be very much perceived as a wind farm on the tops of the monoliths. I can't see how it would be considered as anything else. I accept it comes towards the edge, but if you look at the photo, a baseline photo above, you can see it would even be associated with the snow line. It suggests to me the top, it's sitting on the monoliths at a distance of 20 kilometers. And I've attributed that a high sensitivity and a medium to low magnitude at 20 kilometers.
Well, we've got a bit to go, Mr. Welsh, but what I'm saying is it's not tucked into the edge. And I'd say, without necessarily going to viewpoint 20, I'd say the same impression can be gained from viewpoint 20. I'm not asked you about susceptibility, or simply it's not tucked into the edge.
Well, given that half of it or more is concealed, I would say it is tucked. It's not completely concealed, but it's situated on the upland part of the monolith ridgeline.
And the fact that you've got limited visibility in 638, you can still see, I think, 16 wind turbines, which is a significant, thereabouts, a significant wind farm in its own right, is it not?
It's certainly a large wind farm, but we're seeing it here at some considerable distance across what is, if you're talking about perception, a very busy floor below this viewpoint in terms of the A9 corridor, Dalwhinnie, Newton Moor.
I'd suggest to you that, again, whether I use the word discounted properly or not, the account you've taken of distance, it's not justified in the circumstances, and the influences of the A9 are not nearly as significant as you suggest on that viewpoint or the other viewpoints in that location.
I would say that if you move a few paces forward of this viewpoint, you see you get a very different perspective. And in terms of walking or descending from these locations, that certainly can't be challenged, that you're looking straight over this developed or piece of landscape with a fairly heavy human influence.
Again, Ms. Anderson will give the contrary view, I think, tomorrow. Can we move on to your 640, please? You here refer to the findings of the reporter at Dornell. And I suggest to you that the site-specific findings of the reporter at Dornell, cannot be applied directly to these circumstances. The fact that the hills are on the edge of the park is the same in both cases, but the hills that he was concerned with, the ladder hills, quite different. The whole context there was quite different to the context here of the Corriere Pass and the gateway into the park.
It is certainly different in that I would say with the development that we have in the Corriere Pass that I've gone to some lengths to point out in my inquiry report, we're dealing with a more developed edge to the park than we dealt with at Dornell in terms of presence of other human influences. I think it's relevant only insofar, and the reason I identified this point here is that the reporter found significant adverse effects on a special quality of the park from Dornell, and in the balance found that to be acceptable, and that's the point I'm making here.
Yeah, I'm not okay. The only point you're making is that you can have a significant effect that could be acceptable in the planning balance. That's not a matter of dispute between us. But whether it's you can have a significant effect, but it's not the same as saying that all significant effects will be acceptable in the planning balance.
No, I'm not suggesting that it is.
Could we come to your views on integrity of the park at 643 then, please? See, I'd suggest to you that your approach to the test doesn't take account of two factors. The first is SNH's approach to integrity. Can I ask you to look at CD 5.4? Which is SNH's landscape policy framework, and at electronic page 15. And you'll see there that SNH interprets objects of designation as a safeguard, conservation, enhancement of the interests for which the area is designated. For NSAs, this is their special qualities. National parks, this is a broader range of interests, and I read short. Overall integrity means the wholeness of the area, the unity or soundness of the whole being unimpaired. Recognizing that the entire area of the designation is valued and adverse effects to part of it is damage to the unity or soundness of the whole. Now, do you accept that approach to integrity? Because it appears inconsistent with your approach at 643 and 644.
I don't think it's that far adrift from what I say in the start of 644. An expression of the intactness of a park's landscape as expressed through its overall qualities.
Yes, but it's not, if you look at 643, the degree to which the special qualities are expressed across the park as a whole. That would imply that if special qualities are expressed across the park in widely a special quality and you only impact on one element of it, then on the outside of the park, then that doesn't matter so much as if the special quality was expressed in a more limited fashion and you impacted on it greatly. That can't be correct.
I think you've misunderstood me, and maybe my English there is not clearest. I'm not suggesting whether a special quality in one that occurs in one area needs to be expressed across the park as a whole. I'm saying the degree to which the special qualities are expressed across the. I don't mean all of the qualities. I mean the qualities expressed across the park as a whole.
But can I take you to the reporter's decision in Catholic who dealt with this, please? It's CD 9.8, and it's electronic page 57. And this is one you've referred to generally, but not in this context. In paragraph 3.142 on that page talks about SNH's interprets the objectives of the NSA, and here we're dealing with NSAs, but as the definition made clear, it applies to both NSA and PARC. Designation of safeguarding, etc., etc. I see no reason to depart from that interpretation. And I can tell you it was paragraph A12 to which he was referring to. And then it goes on to say it defines overall integrity as the wholeness of the area, etc. Consequently, contends that the adverse effects to parts of it or damage to the unity or soundness of the whole. This is rather more strict than if one interpreted overall integrity as being breached only when the development would have effects across a wide area of the NSA. He goes on to say why he doesn't accept that. Reading short again, do you accept that approach, that is the approach which should be followed? So again, I would say that it does appear inconsistent with the approach that you set out in your section on integrity of the park.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Finlay. Can you give me that paragraph reference? I've lost it.
Of course, it's 3.143, 3.143, electronic page 57.
I don't want, I'm trying to be careful not to drift into a planning response to this because I'm not fit to give a planning opinion on this. As far as I would completely accept that if you only affect, that the fact that only this development affects only a very small part of the park does not mean that it could not impair its integrity. A damage to a small part could affect the whole, but I would say that in this instance we have a very limited effect on a part of the park that is for the reasons set out in my assessment, carries other human influences, which helps to render that less harmful than might be the case if it wasn't characterized in that way.
See, Mr. Welsh, I think your very answer makes my point. See, my view that in the question of integrity does involve a planning judgment and involving the right test. And that's why SNH have given and the CMPA have given their answer to that through their policy witnesses. Because if you look at your 644, the way you've described the test, you said in the second sentence, if the special qualities are unacceptably harmed, you've introduced the concept of acceptability there, which is a planning judgment in their submission, not a landscape judgment. And the proper approach to looking at integrity of the park, notwithstanding your valiant landscape effort to do so, is to, first of all, identify the impacts and then form a view as to the extent to which those impacts affect the special qualities, which is primarily a planning judgment.
Well, I have certainly sought to give David Bell my opinion here as to the degree to which the special qualities are likely to be affected by the proposed development, and that's what I've sought to do.
I'm afraid I've overrun just a little bit. I've got about another 3 or 4 minutes to go, but hopefully that it's been a useful exchange, I hope. And
I think my interpretation of integrity is fair. I don't think it's that misaligned with the points you've taken us to. It's about the wholeness, it's the degree to which the special qualities are expressed across the park as a whole.
Just a few, you can agree to disagree about that. Just a few more questions to finish up with. If you go to Annex 3 in your report, which begins at page 56, Just paragraph 841. You said from locations along the ridgeline that demarcates the western boundary of the park, e.g. viewpoints 10, 12 and 15. Did you mean 10? Because 10's Java Bridge. It's not on a ridgeline.
No, I would accept that. 12 and 15.
Yeah, my point was slightly less catty than you might imagine. Did you mean to say another viewpoint? Was that an error? And also, as a matter of interest, I don't think 15 is in the park.
15 is on the boundary. Beg your pardon. It's on the boundary of the SLA.
Yes, it's not in the park, I don't think. But it may be the ridge line you're referring to, but I just want to make sure that I and the reporter knew the viewpoints you were meaning to refer to.
Can you just clarify the paragraph number for me there, Mr. Finlay?
840, my apologies, 841.
841.
Yes, page, sorry, 61. Electronic page 61.
I'm happy to rest on viewpoints 12 and 15, but I would accept that 15 isn't in the park, but it gives a very good overview of the park from a short distance west of its boundary, as does 12 on the other side of the Spey.
Um, 849, actually, I think we're back to the Beaulieu-Denny line, and I've dealt with that. Let me just see if there's anything else. Yes, if we turn to your table A2, I'm afraid I don't, sorry, it's page 66 if we go to. If you, just taking this example, Spey North, sub-area 1, wildness, do you actually deal with wildness in your description of impact on characteristics?
Well, I've identified it as one of the special qualities that I think has the potential to be affected.
I'm looking in the fourth column under impacts for development on key characteristics and effects on SQs.
Well, in the table, I've identified on the left-hand side the special qualities that I think may be affected, and in the third or fourth column, I've identified the impact on those special qualities as a group.
Well, I'd suggest to you that there are a number of occasions where you may have identified wildness as potentially affected special quality, but you haven't actually dealt with it by way of descriptive appraisal in the relevant column, whether I think it's the fourth column, and that your appraisal is very much based on visual experience, i.e. where you can and cannot see from, rather than on experiential qualities.
Well, that may come back to this point that I can't carry out an assessment of a development that I can't see. So I assess those areas that have the potential to experience or perceive the wind farm in the context of the special qualities.
Can I just... I'm grateful, Mr. Welsh. That's been a long session, more for you than for me, but I'm grateful. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay. After hearing that of Mr. Gordon, do you have any questions for Mr. Welch?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I just have a couple of questions remaining. It goes back to the point that was discussed earlier with regard to your approach to landscape and visual assessment, where there are changing policy and needs cases. I think we heard of that that discussion earlier on. Is there any particular guidance on that, or any sort of policies out there which suggests that, or any updated guidance that suggests that landscape and visual appraisal should be carried out in a slightly different way in 2020 or 2019 as opposed to 2013? Is there any context to those statements?
So in terms of the specific methodology and guidance, I would say no, there's been no change. We're still using GLVIA from 6 or 7 years ago. And it is right and proper that the assessment of landscape and visual effects is undertaken independently from policy. But the point I made was that I am carrying out an assessment of a wind farm in what I'm advised is a Group 3 area, and in the context of a need that I'm advised for further development of wind energy. And therefore, my assessment is that an extension, and the point I was making was that an extension is likely to give rise to a lower level of effect in the landscape than a standalone development.
Okay, thank you for that. Another question it's asking with regard to your recognition, which is 12.8, I think. And it's really with regard to your conclusions. I think in paragraph 4.2 and 4.6, you highlight in your concluding remarks with regard to the impact on different receptors, and a key factor which has underpinned your assessment is that a range of different receptors have not been affected in terms of people living and working and travelling through the area. Again, I was just wondering, is there any particular guidance which suggests that other receptors, hill walkers and such like, are to be weighted in a different manner, or is it simply to do with the visual and landscape impacts that the hill walkers and such like would receive from higher ground? Is there some guide which suggests that humans in certain situations that is to be given more weight than people moving about in other places, perhaps in upland areas?
Yes, sir, there is. The GLVIA 3, under its heading sensitivity for visual impact assessment, describes and categorizes human receptors in terms of their activity. And for example, it will attribute, or it suggests you attribute higher sensitivity to people living at home than people at work, for example. People using routes might generally be of a medium or lower sensitivity, but that may well change where the value attributed to a route, such as a national tourist route, is higher. So the GLVIA does provide some categorization of visual receptors or people undertaking different activities in the landscape. And if it would help you, I can take you to a reference.
No, I think I can look through that. I was just wondering for clarification on your understanding. Those were really the 2 points I was wanting to get clarification on. Mr. Trinick, in terms of re-examination, were you content that we try to complete that today?
Oh yes, it will be 5 minutes. And,
I'll leave that with you then to continue, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Welch, you were asking questions earlier on about Kalaki and Kaplik. You dealt with the ones about Kalaki, and you mentioned that the difference between Glenshero and Kalaki was that wind turbines at Kalaki were proposed in the wildland area. I just want to check the position factually in relation to Kaplik. So if you pick up, please, or take up or get out, whatever you want to do, CD 98, which is the Kaplik inquiry report. And Mr. Finley, I can ask Mr. Welch to go through every paragraph until he finds what I'm looking for, or I can take it to the paragraph. Up to you.
It'd be much easier if you took them to the paragraph, I think.
As long as you don't mind, I'll do that.
No,
Thank you. If you go to
Welsh
page...
to memorise every decision, even ones that he hasn't analysed.
No, he's very good at it, I agree. If we go to electronic page 61, at paragraph 3.171, does that give you some information?
Yes, it tells us that the Kaplik development straddles the boundary of this wildland area. 10 turbines would be within it and 10 outside.
Does that therefore distinguish Kaplik from Glenshero?
It does indeed, in that I understand different policies in SPP would come into play.
Well, don't let's get into policies, for heaven's sake, at this time of the evening. In terms of CD 946 and Stranraer, if we just go briefly to CD 946 at electronic page 7, tell me when you're there.
Yes.
We see that at the bottom of page, electronic page 6, I think, ministers consider the visual impact. Are you with me?
Yes.
And then ministers consider on the next page, ministers note, and so it goes on, and ministers then come to certain conclusions. To your knowledge, and it's a yes or no, I don't want you to start looking through the document. To your knowledge, without looking further at the document, do you know if the ministers or civil servants on their behalf made a site visit to Stranraer?
I do not know.
Thank you. There's been a lot of discussion about the issue of undoing mitigation from which was applied to Stranraer before it was granted consent. Having received questions on the topic and responded to them, and noting what you said in evidence in chief, I'd like you to give the reporter your appreciation of the evidential importance in landscape and visual terms, not planning terms, obviously, of looking at the mitigation of Stranraer.
From my perspective, Stranraer will have been subject to the level of scrutiny that all wind farms are subject to at the design and planning stage in terms of its effects, and it will have been subject to mitigation that was considered necessary to minimize its effects on the wider landscape. Those effects are specific to that development on that site, and they carry less relevance to another development on another site, unless and except where they may carry very specific references to the avoidance of certain impacts. But I consider that the Glenshero development devised a set of parameters in landscape and visual terms which do respect the principles behind Stranraer of avoiding or minimizing impacts to the east and west of the monoliths and into the wildland area to the south.
Thank you. There was a interesting, and I mean interesting, I'm not being sarcastic, believe me, discussion between you and Mr. Finlay about visibility and experiential qualities. If you go to CD 536, please, which is a document titled Special Landscape Qualities of the Cairngorm National Park, and I'm not sure of the electronic page number. It's physical page 10, but I suspect it may be 12 or thereabouts. When you get there, headed part 2, the Special Landscape Qualities. Let me know when you're there.
Have that.
Are you there, sir? Thank you. Bearing in mind the qualities expressed on that page and the following page, I'd like you to summarize your view, following cross-examination, of the importance of visibility as opposed to non-visual experience in, first of all, appreciating these qualities, and secondly, in analysing impacts on those qualities in the context we are in today.
I think, as I said in my evidence, the landscape qualities are derived from cultural and natural physical characteristics in the landscape, which give rise to perceptual and experiential qualities. If you are assessing the impact of a development on those qualities, in my professional opinion, you need to be able to see how that development interacts with those physical and cultural characteristics. So from my point of view, it's essential that you take account of the visibility of the proposed development when reaching an assessment of effect on special qualities.
Thank you for that. At your inquiry report 615, you gave a view on visibility of the development from roads within the straths within the national park. I confess I didn't quite make a full note of what you said. Would you take us back, please, to JW18? And we can see the brown, sorry, I'll wait till you're there, sir. Are you there, Mr. Welch?
Yes, I'm there.
Are you there, sir? Looking at the boundary of the park, and obviously the east of that, I wasn't sure at one stage which you're referring to. We have a road going from Aberada Lodge and up Strathmashy and past various places, and including Inverpatrick Lodge and so on. Then we have another road, which is Sherramore, Sherrabeg, Garvermore, that road there. Clearly, well, assuming the ZTV is correct and not being challenged, in respect to the former road, there's no visibility. That's what it tells us. What exactly are you saying so far as visibility west of Sherramore, as far as the park boundary is concerned?
West of Sherramore, you drive alongside and through an area of Scots pine plantation that is, I would say, semi-mature, and visibility is heavily concealed in that area. You then pass under the Bewley-Denny line, and as you approach Garvermore, I accept visibility opens up for a stretch there of maybe 1.5 kilometres of that road. You then arrive at viewpoint 10, and you start to lose visibility again as you head along the pass, the track leading towards the Corriaric Pass. So there is a section of visibility there in the vicinity of viewpoint 10, but it doesn't extend all the way back to Sherramore because of forestry.
Thank you for that. And You were asked also about Garver Bridge and Viewpoint 10, and it was acknowledged that's outside the park. What to you is the relevance of Viewpoint 10 being outside the park in terms of the evidence you've read from Nature Scott?
Because Viewpoint 10 is outside the park, it is not a location at which you could undertake an assessment of the special qualities of the park, other than looking down the road towards Garver Moor. But you are not in the park. It's not a location to undertake an assessment of the special qualities. It is a point at which most people park before then setting off along the Corrieric Pass.
Very well. My final point of re-examination takes us to almost the final point put by Mr. Finlay, and that relates to the issue of integrity, or in planning terms, objectives of designation and integrity, because that's what SPP paragraph 212, those are the terms in which it deals and advises. I'd like a view from you on whether or not the effects on a special quality affect the whole of the park, or if the effects on a number of special qualities affect the whole of the park to the extent that the objectives of designation or integrity are compromised, is entirely a matter for a planner, or partly a matter for you, or entirely a matter for you?
I think it is a matter for judgment by both landscape and planning professional. Clearly, David Bell has drawn conclusions on the integrity in his hearing statement, but I believe that I have a role to play in informing him as to the severity of the impacts I've identified on the special qualities. In this case, I've identified a significant effect of a medium magnitude on.
Yeah, we don't need to go into the detail. That's not the writing across every examination. Do you come to a view, utilising your own qualifications and experience and not those of a planner, do you come to a view to inform David Bell for his evidence on the issue of objectives of designation and integrity?
Yes, I do.
And that's expressed in your inquiry report?
It is.
So thank you very much. I have no more questions.
Okay, well, thank you all. I think we've achieved a reasonable timetable today. And I know it's 4:30 nearly. A couple of points before I will allow others to make any points before tomorrow, is that I believe that Mr. Kelly is having difficulty with a device and internet connection, which puts at risk his attendance on Thursday and Friday. So that's a matter that we will be seeking to address, and you may see some correspondence on that. This second point is, if all parties are happy to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I'm not planning on taking any more evidence today, obviously, but I could offer the opportunity to start earlier, but can I just quickly get the parties' views on starting at 10 o'clock? That's what we've advertised it as, Mr. Finlay.
Very kind of you to offer the opportunity, sir, but no thanks. These days are longer than they would be if we were at a physical inquiry.
Mr. Finlay, Mr. Gordon, any comments on that?
No comment from me, sir.
So I think we've made, it may seem slow progress today, but in terms of my cross-examination, I've only got perhaps an hour left to go. So I think we've made good progress. I imagine we might take most of tomorrow on Mr. Trinick's time estimates with my two witnesses. Then I don't think he has any questions for Mr. Gordon at the moment, and Mr. Kelly's not giving evidence, so that we might finish the first session by close of play tomorrow anyway, which will give us back on track.
So if it helps, I'm fairly optimistic. I know what I've got for Carol Anderson in her first session of giving evidence, which is not a lot. under an hour probably, and I got more for Mr. Dowell. But I've seen Mr. Finley's evidence and chief estimates, and assuming those are more or less right, I don't mean exactly, we'll be through, I think, before the end of tomorrow with those two witnesses, and we'll be able to start on wildland on Thursday. I think it will be, and wildland will occupy us probably most of that day, although I know Mr. Finley's got less for Mr. Welch on that. I've got rather more from Carol Anderson, but you know, we're heading to finish this whole inquiry session in good time on Friday at the worst.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Trinnick. You'll be glad to know I don't plan to repeat the introductory remarks tomorrow. I will refer to what I previously said for any of the members of the public, so we will be able to start with the evidence quickly. I will ask that all participants at 11 o'clock that we stop for 2 minutes, given the date. So I will bring proceedings to a close just before 11 o'clock, regardless of where we are, and just pause. I'm sure there won't be any concern or objection for that. So before we switch off our cameras tonight, is there any further matters of update with regard to the programme that you'd like to say?
Yes,
so we'll look forward to seeing Mr. Finley and his first witness, Mr. Anderson, in the morning at 10 o'clock. Okay, thank you very much and good night.